In the wild, big cats always stand at the top of the predatory chain with their speed, strength, and fearsome killer instincts. But nature is never a place of absolute victory. There are moments when prey rises up fiercely, turning the tide of the hunt and turning the hunter into a surprising loser. African buffaloes can weigh up to 1,500 pounds, with thick hides, strong muscles, and curved horns formed through generations of natural collisions. They are not built to run, but to endure, observe, and hold their ground. On the open savannas, simply standing firm is sometimes a great advantage. This time, a male buffalo stood slightly apart from the herd. It didn't rush away, but stopped, concentrating on the bushes ahead, where there was an unusual sign. The prolonged silence signaled an unfamiliar situation. Hidden in the low foliage was a lioness showing signs of declining health, without the support of the pride. With large prey like buffalo, lions typically need consistent physical strength, the element of surprise, and teamwork. Without these conditions, every decision becomes risky. The situation unfolded quickly, but the balance soon shifted. The buffalo recognized the instability in the predator's movements. Instead of panicking, it proactively advanced, applying pressure with its weight and direction, forcing the lion to retreat to avoid danger. The lion left the area safely, but its long-term survival became precarious. Without a pride and insufficient strength, each subsequent day was a challenge. The hunt ended not because of a lack of intent, but because the natural limitations had become apparent. Baboons are primates that live in tightly knit groups, with a clear social structure and high coordination. Females are responsible for protecting their young, while males act as lookouts and react to threats. On the savanna, a baboon troop is rarely alone. When the leopard suddenly charged into the troop, chaos ensued in an instant. The female quickly shielded her young, retreating to the center of the group. Warning cries rang out, alerting the entire troop to the approaching danger. The male baboons immediately organized a counterattack. They quickly regrouped, maintaining formation and advancing towards the predator. The alpha male charged directly, displaying his strength and determination to defend his territory. Faced with a coordinated response and increasing pressure, the leopard lost its advantage. It was forced to retreat, leaving behind a failed hunt. In nature, collective strength and social organization are sometimes enough to completely reverse the course of a hunt. Warthogs are often considered slow, with their low stature and heavy gait. But hidden beneath that exterior are quick reflexes and the ability to accelerate rapidly in a short time. On the savanna, a moment of hesitation can make all the difference. Two lionesses silently ambushed the warthog, waiting for it to enter an open space. The attack was swift, but it didn't achieve the desired overwhelming force. As soon as it sensed danger, the warthog didn't dodge, but instead charged straight ahead with all its might. In a short distance, it could reach speeds of nearly 56 kilometers per hour. This sudden acceleration disrupted the pursuit, leaving the lionesses no time to adjust and forcing them to stop. In just a few seconds, the warthog was out of danger. The hunt ended quickly. The lion failed, and the warthog escaped safely. In nature, acceleration and reflexes are sometimes just as important as agility, because survival is often decided in the first few seconds. Antelopes look slender on the savanna, but they always maintain a high level of vigilance and reflexes. Even when standing still, their bodies are in a state of readiness for danger. Nearby, two male antelopes were engaged in a prolonged battle, their stamina noticeably depleted. A leopard patiently waited, believing that fatigue would create an opportunity. The ambush was perfectly timed, but the prey managed to escape. The leopard charged again, but a safe distance had been established, and that attempt also failed. The hunt ended quickly. Even a perfect ambush cannot guarantee absolute success.
Oh my God. My goodness, look at that.
Wildebeests are familiar with long migrations and treacherous river crossings. Their bodies aren't massive, but they're built for endurance, balance, and quick reflexes. When crossing a river, each step is taken with heightened vigilance. At that moment, a young lion silently ambushed them at the water's edge. It chose a time when the herd of wildebeest was dispersing, the current slowing their pace. For a young predator, this was an opportunity to test its strength and assert its instincts. The approach was cautious, but what happened next didn't follow the usual script. Instead of panicking and fleeing, one wildebeest suddenly charged straight ahead, directly confronting the threat. This reflex completely disrupted the attack. The young lion hesitated. Its inexperience prevented it from adjusting to the unexpected action. Instead of closing in, it retreated, giving its prey space to escape the dangerous situation. The hunt ended quickly. The antelope returned to the river and rejoined the herd, while the young lion fled, carrying with it an early lesson in harsh reality. In nature, predators don't always have the upper hand. Sometimes it is the counterattack reflex that disrupts the inexperienced. Impalas are slender antelopes, accustomed to light strides and agile changes of direction. They move in herds, always maintaining a sufficient distance to observe each other. On the savanna, the impala's vigilance often begins very early. Two lionesses silently approached, patiently waiting for the impala herd to move into a favorable position. The tension stretched for a few brief seconds. But that wait didn't last long enough. One lioness attacked too early. The sudden movement shook the ground and shattered the element of surprise. Almost immediately, the impala herd realized the danger and scattered in many directions, tearing apart all initial calculations. In an attempt to adjust, the lioness lunged but lost her balance and slipped into the nearby water channel. That moment was enough to end the hunt. By the time the lions returned to shore, the impalas had vanished from sight. There was no prolonged chase, no second chance. The hunt ended in silence. On the savannah, sometimes failure doesn't come from weakness, but from acting just one beat too early. Honey badgers are small animals, but are known for their thick skin, supple bodies, and high pain tolerance. An adult weighs only a few dozen pounds, but possesses ferocity far exceeding its size. On the savannah, honey badgers rely not on speed, but on reflexes and aggression. In a moment of carelessness, a leopard lunged at a young badger. The strike was quick and precise, seemingly enough to end the hunt. But the next reaction came almost immediately. The mother badger emerged from the bushes and charged forward fiercely. She didn't dodge, didn't hesitate, but directly approached, displaying aggressive and threatening behavior. Faced with this fierce and unpredictable resistance, the leopard panicked and was forced to retreat.
Look at that.
The hunt ended in a flash. The leopard failed, and the badger cub was safely protected. In nature, ferocity and maternal instincts are sometimes strong enough to overpower even larger predators. Hedgehogs are slow-moving animals, but they are protected by thousands of stiff, sharp quills that spring out when attacked. These quills aren't meant to intimidate, but rather a specialized defense mechanism capable of inflicting lasting damage. On the savannah, hedgehogs don't need to run fast to survive. A young leopard lunged forward, underestimating its opponent. The approach was quick, but as soon as it got close, the hedgehog's quills sprang up and pierced the predator's face. The pain forced the leopard to retreat immediately. There was no further attack. The hedgehog slowly retreated to safety, while the leopard fled to avoid more serious injury. The hunt ended in clear failure. In nature, specially evolved defensive weapons are sometimes powerful enough to inflict lasting damage on predators. Failed hunts don't weaken predators. They only demonstrate the unpredictable nature of the world. In the wild, the difference between the dominant and the survivor is sometimes just a moment of resistance. And after each confrontation, nature quietly maintains its own balance. On the vast African savanna, every day is a struggle for survival. Lions, symbols of power, not only hunt, but also face a variety of challenges, from prey to competitors. Each attack is a testament to strategy, strength, and sacrifice. The following stories reveal some of the most dramatic moments where instinct dictates everything. Kudus are one of the largest antelope species in Africa. With their large size, long, spiral horns, and excellent reflexes, kudus are not easy to subdue. However, when alone or near watering spots during the dry season, the risk of ambush increases significantly. One scorching afternoon, a male kudu approached the water's edge. From a distance, a lioness had already located her target. She silently approached through the low bushes, moving cautiously and without making a sound. As the kudu lowered its head to drink, the lioness suddenly accelerated. A precise lunge to its hind leg caused the kudu to lose its balance. Just seconds later, its neck was subdued, ending its journey in silence. Kudus have a physical advantage, but a moment of carelessness can cost that advantage. In the wild, lions know that timing is everything, and this time, patience paid off. African buffalo are among the largest prey animals on the plains. They can weigh up to 2,200 pounds, with thick horns and a sturdy gait. They live in herds, are resilient and united, and are known as formidable opponents. At the end of the dry season, when food and water sources are scarce, the buffalo herd moves more, gradually losing stamina. A young male lion follows behind, patiently observing. It doesn't pounce immediately, but waits for the buffalo to show signs of fatigue. When an older buffalo separates from the herd to rest, 3 lions coordinate their approach. The appearance of the mature male is crucial. With overwhelming strength, it helps subdue the target in a short time. Within minutes, the hunt is complete. The buffalo falls, and the lions get their rare meal. Despite their high resistance, buffalo still have weaknesses, and the lions, through coordination, timing, and collective strength, capitalized on that. This was a battle that demanded endurance, patience, and an understanding of the opponent's limits. Wildebeest are migratory animals, often moving in herds of hundreds to find new pastures. Weighing between 500 and 600 pounds, they are an ideal food source for large predators, especially lions. However, their quick reflexes and high alertness make them difficult to approach. One morning, as the herd rested near shallow water, a young wildebeest lagged behind. A lioness silently approached. Without roaring or unnecessary movement, she closed the distance with light, crawling steps. When the time was right, the lioness accelerated suddenly. The impact was so strong it threw the wildebeest off balance. With familiar movements, the lioness subdued the prey's head, holding it tightly so it couldn't get up. The hunt was over in less than a minute. However, a delay of just a few seconds would mean the opportunity was lost. In some cases, the appearance of a male lion with superior strength and speed can change the outcome in an instant. This story illustrates that, in the wild, decisiveness is key to survival. Zebras are one of the lion's most familiar prey. They live in large herds, providing a steady supply of food, enough to sustain the entire group for days. Weighing between 400 and 900 pounds, they are a suitable target, but not easy to approach. A lioness recognizes her opportunity. In the tall, quiet grass, a young zebra is suddenly separated from the herd. The lioness silently approaches, each step carefully controlled. She lowers herself, crouching, preparing for the decisive moment.
Shh, don't. Keep quiet. Cry. Don't move. Don't move.
Just seconds later, the chase begins. No roar, no warning signs, only speed and precision. The lioness lunges forward, using her weight to dislodge the zebra. Its neck quickly subdued, the zebra gradually loses its strength. The hunt ends cleanly. This success was the result of patience, the element of surprise, and the skill of choosing the right timing. A quick approach and a secure food source. Leopards are solitary, fast, and cautious predators. They are good at hiding and climbing, but are often at a disadvantage in confrontations with lions. To avoid risk, leopards often drag their prey up trees where the lions can't catch up. However, this plan doesn't always succeed. One quiet afternoon, a leopard had just brought down a small antelope near the edge of the forest. As it was trying to drag its prey up a tree, a lioness approached from a distance. Without a long chase, the lioness's quick steps and decisive gaze were enough to create pressure. The leopard, sensing danger, didn't try to hold on to its meal and immediately climbed to a higher branch. The lioness approached, inspected the prey, and began to use her newly acquired meal. Everything happened in silence, without conflict or injury, but the outcome was clear. Approximately 10 to 15% of a lion's diet comes from these kinds of quick, decisive, and advantageous competitions. This demonstrates that in the wild, victory doesn't always require absolute strength. Sometimes simply being in the right place at the right time is enough to change the course of events. Rhinos are among the largest and most powerful animals on the savanna. Weighing between 2,000 and 5,500 pounds, with nearly 2 inches of thick skin and horns over 5 feet long, they are formidable opponents. Lions rarely confront them directly, and if they do, their targets are usually calves or trapped individuals. In a rare instance, a young rhino became entangled near a dry mudflat. A pride of lions spotted the opportunity, but didn't rush. They observed, assessed the situation, and only approached when the calf appeared too weak to free itself. However, something unexpected happened.
Yes, come on, boy, yes.
The mother rhino turned around from a distance and advanced towards the lions. Despite their numbers, the predators hesitated. Aware of the danger, they gradually retreated. Ultimately, the young rhino was rescued. The success rate in confrontations with rhinos is very low. The rhino's caution and strong defensive instincts force lions to think carefully. This demonstrates that the predator does not always have the absolute advantage. Hyenas are highly organized pack hunters. Their success rate reaches 80%, thanks to their impressive coordination, discipline, and endurance. However, despite their hunting prowess, they must always be wary of their greatest rival on the lion savanna. A group of young hyenas were foraging near the edge of a lion pride's territory. The rustling in the bushes didn't alarm them until a mature male lion suddenly appeared. Without roaring, without hesitation, it charged with speed and force, scattering the entire group.
Poor lion.
Should we stop it?
One young individual, unable to escape, was targeted. But before things escalated, 2 other lions appeared. Instead of attacking the hyenas, they turned their attention to their own kind. The atmosphere was tense. The first lion understood. Internal conflict was more dangerous than any enemy. It retreated, leaving behind its unfinished prey. The battle ended without a clear winner or loser. The lion's behavior clearly reflects this. In nature, even the strongest must abide by order and boundaries. Self-interest can be sacrificed, but stability within the pride is unwavering. In nature, many encounters begin in silence, as species approach, observe, and gauge each other's reactions. Just seconds later, tension erupts with short chases, rapid closing maneuvers, and tentative attacks aimed at breaking the balance. The distance narrows step by step, each lunge or change of direction potentially determining who holds the upper hand. Most confrontations end when one side can no longer maintain pressure, forced to retreat to avoid further losses and ensure survival. African wild dogs are the most organized predators on the savanna. They move in tight formations, each individual maintaining their position and reacting almost instantly. The strength of the pack comes from discipline and stable coordination. When hyenas appear to approach the food source, the atmosphere immediately becomes tense. The hyenas move around the perimeter, making loud noises and gradually closing in to exert pressure. The pack of wild dogs remains orderly, turning in unison and maintaining a safe distance. After a few exploratory moves, the wild dogs proactively increase their speed. The entire pack advances simultaneously, cornering the hyenas. Faced with continuous pressure and the risk of isolation, the hyenas are forced to retreat. The wild dogs retain their food source and end the confrontation. In this competition, discipline and organized attacks give wild dogs a clear advantage. On the savanna, precise coordination and composure determine the final outcome. Leopards are powerful predators, possessing strong muscles, quick reflexes, and excellent climbing skills. They live solitary lives and always defend their territory with heightened vigilance. Any intruder, whether fast or cunning, is considered a threat. One morning, a cheetah wandered into the leopard's hunting grounds while watching antelopes. A small rustling in the dry grass caused the leopard to turn. In seconds, it lowered its body and lunged. The cheetah reacted quickly, dodging the first pounce, but its speed couldn't be sustained in close combat. The leopard pressed forward, gradually closing the distance. The cheetah tried to counterattack, but its slender body and poor resilience quickly overwhelmed it. When cornered against a tree, the cheetah chose to retreat, abandoning the area to avoid injury. The leopard stood firm, maintaining the initiative and controlling the entire area. The encounter ended bloodlessly, but it was clear. Speed may help you escape, but strength is what sustains dominance in the wild. Mongooses are small, fast animals that are resistant to most snake venom. Their agility and lightning-fast reflexes make them natural opponents of venomous snakes. Their goal is to eliminate snakes to protect their territory and food sources. A mongoose spots a cobra moving through the bushes. It approaches cautiously, observing every movement. The snake raises its body, spreads its hood to warn, then lunges with a lightning-fast attack. The mongoose dodges, quickly turning and reacting. The confrontation lasts for a few dozen seconds, with precise dodges. When the snake begins to weaken, the mongoose chooses the right moment, attacking the head to finish the fight. The battle ends quickly. Although often gaining the upper hand, this encounter still carries inherent risks. In nature, speed and precise tactics can overcome even the most dangerous venom. Hyenas are opportunistic, agile, and highly resilient predators. They rely on the intelligence of their small pack to maintain their position in the food chain. However, when faced with an organized pack of wild dogs, a lone hyena is often unable to defend itself. A hyena is enjoying the leftover meat of an antelope from another hunt. A chorus of wild dogs sounds from afar, signaling the arrival of the pack. About 10 dogs rush in, moving in unison and coordinating closely. The hyena crouches low, growling warningly, trying to hold on to its prey. But as the encirclement tightens, it is gradually forced to retreat. The confrontation becomes tense as neither side wants to give up. The wild dogs use a tactic of alternating close-range attacks, while the hyena fights back desperately. After a few minutes of struggle, the hyena is forced to abandon its prey and retreat. The battle ended with no one killed, but the wild dogs emerged victorious. In the natural world, organized numbers always prevail over lone opportunists. This clearly demonstrates that strategy and unity are more important than individual strength. Honey badgers are small but resilient animals, known for their endurance and quick reflexes. Their thick, loose skin, about 0.24 inches thick, around their necks allows them to twist and turn to escape an enemy's bite. When attacked, they don't run away but confront the predator head-on, creating significant psychological pressure on any predator. A leopard spotted a honey badger digging for food. It approached slowly, then lunged with a precise jump. The honey badger reacted instantly, turning its head, letting out a low growl, and charging straight at the leopard. The confrontation became tense as the two grappled for a few brief seconds. The leopard's claws applied strong pressure, but the honey badger didn't back down. Its loose skin allowed it to twist and turn, counterattacking the leopard's face. Faced with the leopard's quick reaction and tenacity, the leopard stopped, retreated, and left. The winner isn't the stronger one, but the one who knows how to utilize every advantage to survive. For the honey badger, survival doesn't come from strength, but from courage and unwavering determination. Male moose are the world's largest deer, weighing up to 1,500 pounds and standing over 6 feet tall. During the fall mating season, the males constantly engage in combat using their nearly 6-foot wide antlers, quickly exhausting their bodies. After days of competition, one moose is injured and moves more slowly. The grizzly bear watches from a distance, maintaining a safe distance. When the moose stops to rest, the bear accelerates, closing in from behind and attacking its hind legs to disorient it. The moose fights back fiercely, but its strength is depleted. The confrontation ends quickly. The moose doesn't lose because it's weak, but because it has expended too much energy beforehand. For the grizzly bear, this is a calculated choice. Only act when the opportunity is clear and the risk is minimal. Zebras are large, strong prey with quick reflexes and incredibly powerful kicks. Each kick can deliver enough force to break a predator's bones. Zebra herds move in close proximity, protecting each other, making it extremely difficult to separate an individual from the group. A lone cheetah observes the zebra herd from a distance. It targets the young one at the back of the herd. When the opportunity arises, it charges out at over 60 miles per hour. Initially, the hunt seems promising, but within seconds, the mother horse returns. With a lightning-fast reflex kick, she forces the cheetah to stop and retreat. The zebra doesn't flee immediately. The entire herd turns, forming a tight defensive formation. The cheetah gradually loses its speed advantage as there is no longer enough space to approach. After several unsuccessful attempts, it stops and quietly retreats. In nature, not all prey is weaker than the predator. Sometimes, a single wrong decision in a moment can end a predator's chances of survival. Hippos are among the most dangerous animals in Africa, even to lions. With tusks approximately 20 inches long and a bite force exceeding 1,800 pounds per square inch, hippos possess enough strength to make any predator wary. In the water, they are completely in control. One sweltering afternoon, a pride of lions passed by a watering hole. On the shore, a large hippo was advancing in search of food. 3 lionesses observed, moving silently to plan their attack. When the first roar sounded, the pride charged simultaneously, shaking the ground. The hippo reacted instantly. It spun around, opening its mouth wide, and attacked the nearest lioness. The powerful thrust sent its opponent reeling. As the lions tried to surround it, the hippo retreated toward the water, where it offered a clear advantage. With a flick of its tail, water splashed up in a white spray, marking the boundary between predator and untouchable. The lions stopped, silently retreating. The confrontation ended quickly, the hippo emerging victorious. In the wild, even the king must back down when its opponent wields the power of the environment.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
Lions are not spontaneous hunters. They are masters of calculation, only acting when the advantage is clear. Every situation, from competing for prey to controlling territory, has its own strategy. They may ignore easy prey, but they do not ignore potential threats. In nature, it's not always the stronger one who survives, but the one who understands the risks involved. And for lions, each strike is a chapter in the harsh book of survival. Warthogs may look clumsy, but they are incredibly agile when sprinting. Their curved tusks provide effective defense, especially when cornered. However, their short stature and limited vision make them easy targets for predators. An adult warthog is digging roots in the dry ground. It doesn't see a lioness lying motionless in the nearby bushes. By the time it looks up, it's too late. The lioness lunges. Unable to react, the warthog turns and runs, but is pulled down after only a few steps. The precise pounce leaves the prey with no time to react. There's no long chase, no second chance. This is one of those lightning-fast hunting situations where the lion doesn't need strategy or coordination, just timing. The warthog fails not because it's slow, but because of a momentary lapse in judgment. In a natural environment, that is an irreparable mistake. In the late afternoon light, a pack of African wild dogs appeared in close formation, charging across the savanna as a single entity. Each individual weighed between 40 and 70 pounds, reaching speeds of approximately 44 miles per hour. And thanks to their pack coordination, their hunting success rate nearly reached 80%. This cohesion was their greatest strength, but it also forced the pack to be cautious when facing predators significantly larger than themselves. On the edge of their territory, a male lion weighing over 400 pounds silently observed the pack of young dogs that had strayed into their area. In the wild, lions and wild dogs constantly compete for food, making encounters between the two species frequent. For lions, attacking is not just about hunting, but also about eliminating rivals and maintaining control. The distance quickly narrowed. The pack of dogs circled around, noisy but hesitant to approach. When the noise subsided, the lion suddenly lunged, delivering a short, precise blow that locked onto the weakest individual. Instinctively, the rest retreated to preserve their numbers. From a distance, two other lions appeared, forcing the initial attacker to back down and leave to avoid internal conflict. On the calm savanna, the lion stood motionless for a long time before disappearing, not to eat, but to assert its boundaries, where every encounter was decided by instinct and survival. Giraffes, nearly 18 feet tall and weighing over 2,500 pounds, are the largest herbivores on the African savanna. Their movements are slow, but their hind legs are strong enough to inflict serious injury if cornered. For lions, they are not easy prey. But if successful, a single adult giraffe can provide enough food for the entire pride for days. This means fewer subsequent hunts and reduced risk for the group. The attack begins slowly, not a single blow. Rather, a prolonged test of endurance. The pride of lions takes turns applying pressure, not all at once, not relentless. They patiently pursue, forcing the giraffe to constantly move, gradually wearing it down. When its massive legs begin to slow, the opportunity arises. The giraffe falls, and when that happens, the chances of survival are almost zero. The lions won, but not by speed or strength. Rather, it was through calculation, coordination, and perseverance. This wasn't an ordinary hunt. It was a test of the pack's superiority. Wildebeest move in large herds. Groups number in the hundreds, sometimes thousands. In those chaotic migrations, no one pays attention to individual animals. But lions are different. They don't attack indiscriminately. They choose and wait. Lions don't need to be skilled hunters. They just need patience. A young animal strays from the herd. An individual slows down as it crosses an open field. That's an opportunity, and that opportunity only comes once. There's no dramatic chase, no complex coordination. A lioness hides in the low grass. She stands up, crosses, and blocks the prey's path. The pounce is precise. The prey tries to get up, but it's too late. The entire pride doesn't turn around. There's no resistance, just one misplaced shot, one moment of distraction. And the end is decided in less than 10 seconds. Probability hunting is the lion's most energy-efficient model. Success isn't always guaranteed, but each time it succeeds, the price paid is very low. This time, the lion succeeded, because it was patient enough to wait for the mistake instead of creating it. Hyenas live in packs, have a clear hierarchy, and are highly adaptable. They not only utilize carcasses, but also actively hunt when the opportunity arises. Therefore, in the wild, they become direct competitors with lions not due to conflict, but due to resource limitations. A hyena carcass remains in an open field. The hyena pack approaches cautiously. The male lion is still there, not leaving. It makes no sound, shows no threatening behavior. But when a young individual gets too close, the lion reacts immediately. A quick, precise strike, ending the animal on the spot. The lion does not consume the carcass. It then leaves. This action does not provide immediate benefit, but helps reduce competitive pressure for the next few years. Early elimination means a reduction in the number of future competitors. This is not a spontaneous reaction. This is strategic behavior at the population level. One way to maintain balance in a highly constrained ecosystem is for lions not to act for the present. They act for the long-term stability of the entire pride. Crocodiles are apex predators in aquatic environments. Their powerful bite, quick reflexes, and thick skin make them difficult to subdue while underwater. But once on land, especially when young or stranded, they are no longer as defensive. A young crocodile crawls away from the water's edge, slowly making its way through open land. Without the water's embrace, it no longer has its most important layer of protection. In that moment, it becomes an easy target. A male lion detects movement on land. No roar, no fanfare. But when the crocodile penetrates deeper into the core of its territory, the lion reacts instantly. A precise pounce. The crocodile is knocked down. No water to dive into. No time to evade. The lion doesn't eat the animal. It leaves after determining the situation is under control. The behavior isn't aimed at gaining energy. The goal was to maintain order and eliminate the minor threat from the outset. This wasn't a hunt. This was about controlling the living space. And in this encounter, the crocodile was at a disadvantage. Buffaloes are one of the most difficult herbivores to subdue. Their nearly 1,500-pound bodies, sharp horns, and high level of organization allow them to resist fiercely. When attacked, the entire herd can turn to their rescue, a rare behavior for herbivores. A young male buffalo lagged behind. The lions began to watch. They weren't in a hurry. They made no noise. When they saw the buffalo was sufficiently separated from the herd, they deployed their formation. 3 lions approached from different directions. No chasing, no cornering. They locked onto each other's head, hips, and hind legs, applying pressure from multiple sides. The buffalo fought back, but couldn't turn the tide. By the time the first members of the herd returned, the battle was over. This time the lions won. But it was a fragile victory. If the rescue had arrived sooner, the outcome could have been reversed. Buffalo hunting is not a common occurrence. Each attempt is a gamble, and lions only participate when the probability of success is high enough. Zebras are herbivores with strong bodies, a high ability to detect danger, and powerful defensive reflexes. When attacked, they can deliver kicks powerful enough to inflict serious injury. Therefore, lions aren't always willing to take risks. Only when prey is vulnerable, such as a zebra separated from its herd or stopped in an open field, do lions act. In this situation, a zebra was busy drinking water, unaware of the danger approaching from behind. The lioness chose the right moment, moved silently, and lunged at maximum speed. The zebra reacted instinctively, kicking backward, but the lioness dodged in time and immediately closed in. The attack ended quickly. There was no prolonged chase, no chance for a second attempt. The lioness succeeded, not because she was faster, but because she knew when to strike. This is not a hunt driven by instinct, but rather behavior regulated by experience and the right timing. In the wild, conflict doesn't always begin with hunting. It arises when multiple species congregate in a confined space, near a water source, or in a crucial location for survival. In those moments, strength, numbers, and the environment immediately determine who can stand. The following sections reflect how nature determines victory and defeat, without exception or favoritism. Giraffes are the tallest land animals, with large bodies, long necks, and leg bones that bear their entire weight. A mature individual can be over 18 feet tall and weigh over 2,000 pounds. Despite their excellent eyesight and considerable strength, giraffes' stability depends almost entirely on their legs. When lions approach, they don't target the upper body or neck. Instead, they coordinate attacks on the hind legs, the area that bears the most weight. They cling on, maintaining constant traction and disrupting the giraffe's ability to maintain balance. When one leg loses its balance, the entire giraffe's body loses its stability. It falls to the ground in a short time, and the attack ends quickly. The confrontation ended with a clear result. The lion gained the upper hand thanks to its precise tactics, while the giraffe could no longer defend itself. This is a prime example of attacking structural weaknesses rather than engaging in a direct confrontation. Lions are large, social cats with immense muscle strength, quick reflexes, and effective coordination. A mature lioness can weigh over 300 pounds and often plays a leading role in hunts. However, these advantages are only fully realized when there is enough space to move and retreat. While the buffalo herd moves closely together, a lioness finds herself in a disadvantageous position, trapped in the middle of the formation. Without chaos, the buffalo maintain their structure and react simultaneously. Pressure from multiple directions quickly renders the lioness unable to find an escape route. The safe distance disappears. The lioness's movements slow noticeably, while the buffalo maintain a steady pace and control of the surrounding space. When the situation calms down, the buffalo herd continues to advance in its familiar formation. The lions were no longer able to approach and were forced to leave the area. On the savanna, the buffalo's solidarity was enough to keep even the most powerful predators at bay. Hyenas are large pack-hunting predators with high stamina and excellent coordination. An adult can weigh over 130 pounds and often relies on numbers to gain an advantage. When facing a lone opponent, hyenas can exert constant pressure and control the space. Initially, a lone lion is surrounded by a pack of hyenas. They approach step by step, applying pressure from multiple directions and maintaining sufficient distance to gauge the lion's reaction. The balance now tips in favor of the hyenas. The situation changes when the lions appear from a distance. The presence of multiple individuals slows the hyena's movements. The pressure shifts, and the numerical advantage is no longer maintained. The encounter ends quickly. The lions maintain control of the area, while the hyenas retreat to avoid direct confrontation. In the wild, lions exert their strength when in a pride, while hyenas only maintain their advantage when they have a numerical superiority. Crocodiles are reptiles with very strong jaws, long, heavy bodies, and thick skin that helps them withstand environmental impacts. An adult can weigh over 1,000 pounds and function effectively in the water. However, once out of the water, their mobility and directional control decrease significantly. Near the riverbank, a crocodile crawls ashore to access its food source on land. Its slow movements make its entire body easily visible. The lions then appear, taking advantage of their numbers and agility on land to exert pressure from multiple directions. In this environment, the crocodile faces many limitations. Reactions become slower, each turn takes time, while the lions take turns approaching and maintaining close proximity. The inherent advantage of being in the water is no longer effective on land. Without a favorable position to maintain distance, the crocodile gradually loses control of the situation and is forced to retreat, abandoning its food source to return to the water. The encounter ends with a clear result. The lion retains its advantage, while the crocodile leaves in unfavorable conditions. In nature, the environment determines advantage, and when the crocodile leaves the water, that advantage is gone. The African buffalo is a powerful animal with a sturdy build, thick muscles, and strong, curved horns. A mature individual can weigh over 1,500 pounds and moves in tightly organized herds. The buffalo's strength lies not in speed, but in its tenacity and ability to withstand pressure. At a watering hole, the elephant continuously drives away other animals to gain space. Approaching the buffalo herd, the elephant continues to demonstrate its overwhelming size. However, the buffalo do not retreat but maintain their position, continuing to drink and maintain their formation. The two sides confront each other in a tense standoff. The elephant advances, the buffalo hold their line. No fatal blows occur, but the pressure is evident in every movement.
Ach nee!
The encounter ended without either side being defeated. The buffalo were not repelled, and the elephant gradually reduced its intensity of approach. In the wild, their tenacity and herd mentality make buffalo one of the least bullied species in Africa. Hippopotamuses are semi-aquatic animals with very large bodies, thick skin, and strong jaws. A mature male can weigh over 3,000 pounds and control the shallow water areas where breeding takes place. A hippopotamus's status is directly tied to its territorial rights. When two male hippos meet, tension quickly escalates. They open their mouths, emit threatening sounds, and move closer to each other. Neither side backs down. The confrontation escalates to direct contact in a confined space. The movements are rapid and brief. The hippo's tusks are strong enough to pierce through thick layers of fat, forcing the opponent under immense pressure and losing its ability to hold its position. Ultimately, the weaker one retreats from the area. The remaining hippo retains control of the water and the breeding opportunity. In the world of hippos, strength determines status, and hesitation brings no advantage. Buck antelopes are medium-sized animals with quick reflexes, often relying on dense vegetation or shallow water to avoid danger. They aren't strong in direct confrontations, but survive by choosing an escape route in time. In an emergency, deciding where to take shelter is crucial. Pursued by a pack of wild dogs, the antelope lunged into a mud puddle where a hippo was standing still. Initially, the hippo didn't react, keeping its distance and tolerating the unexpected presence. But when the antelope panicked, thrashed violently, and invaded its personal space, the situation immediately changed. The hippo reacted almost instantly. In a brief moment, the confrontation ended, and the antelope was no longer able to escape. Soon after, the pack of wild dogs approached and dragged the body away from the area. The situation ended quickly. The antelope couldn't get through the predicament, while the hippo held its position. In nature, choosing the wrong shelter can lead to a worse outcome than the initial threat. In the natural world, encounters between animal species sometimes happen very quickly, but carry significant risks. Each species possesses its own survival strategy, ranging from strength and speed to patience and coordination. When those advantages clash directly, even a few seconds can determine the outcome. These rare clips capture some of the most remarkable confrontations ever recorded in nature. On the dry grasslands of Africa, Spotted hyenas are renowned for their pack coordination and remarkable endurance. An adult typically weighs between 120 and 190 pounds and possesses jaws strong enough to handle tough bones. As multiple individuals gather around leftover food, the competitive atmosphere between predators becomes palpable. The leftover food from a previous hunt lies on the ground, and the hyena pack quickly approaches to take advantage of the opportunity. From the edge of the grassland, a male lion emerges and moves closer, immediately drawing the attention of the entire hyena pack. It approaches swiftly and holds off a hyena for the first few seconds, creating a sudden tension. Almost immediately, warning cries erupt. Many hyenas returned to the center of the area, approaching and putting pressure on their fellow to move out of the disadvantageous position. The two sides maintained a short distance for several tense minutes. Finally, thanks to the coordinated efforts of the entire pack, the endangered hyena was moved out of the area. Lions still have a clear advantage in direct confrontation. However, hyenas possess the advantage of numbers and pack cohesion. This is why they rarely abandon their pack when in danger. On the savanna, individual strength is important, but the coordination of the entire pack is sometimes the deciding factor. In the arid lands of Africa and South Asia, the cobra is one of the reptiles that many other animals fear. Its potent venom and rapid attack reflexes give it a formidable position in the ecosystem. However, there is a smaller species that frequently dares to confront it, and this encounter begins when a mongoose approaches. The mongoose constantly moves around the snake, maintaining a very short distance, but always ready to dodge. Each time the snake extends its head, the mongoose instantly retreats and returns to another position. After several probing attempts, it suddenly lunges forward, seeking an opportunity to approach from behind its opponent's head. In the decisive moment, the snake quickly slips out of the encirclement and withdraws from the area. The confrontation ends when both separate, with neither completely in control of the situation. Alertness and quick reflexes help the snake avoid great danger. Encounters between mongooses and snakes often depend on speed and timing. Mongooses are known for their very quick reflexes and often have the upper hand in many similar situations. But in nature, just a moment's delay can completely change the outcome. In many open woodlands and grasslands of Africa, leopards typically live and hunt alone. An adult male leopard weighs around 110 to 200 pounds and relies on its quietness and tree climbing ability to avoid major conflict. But when an individual inadvertently moves into an area controlled by lions, the familiar tranquility quickly disappears. From the front, a lion detects the leopard's presence and immediately approaches. The distance closes rapidly, forcing the leopard to react at a disadvantage. The encounter is brief, and the leopard cannot maintain a safe distance from its larger opponent. After only a short time, the leopard is severely injured and forced to retreat from the area. Without its pack to assist, it must find its own way away from the lion's territory. In this confrontation, the lion clearly has the advantage, being a predator with superior size and strength. For solitary predators, serious injury is often a significant risk. Without a pack to support them, their ability to hunt and survive can be drastically reduced. On the savanna, sometimes even a small territorial mistake can completely alter the chances of survival. On the African savannas, impalas typically move in herds to remain alert to surrounding dangers. An adult weighs approximately 90 to 160 pounds and relies on quick reflexes to maintain a safe distance. But as the herd becomes distracted while grazing, a low, close to the ground movement begins to silently approach. Hidden in a low furrow, a leopard lies still, observing. It patiently waits and only moves when the distance becomes favorable. When an impala gets closer than it's safe, the leopard leaves its hiding place and accelerates in a brief approach. The distance quickly narrows in just seconds. The impala tries to change direction to create space, but the approach is too close. The chase ends quickly, and the leopard gains control. Leopards don't rely solely on speed. Their greatest advantage lies in their ability to observe for extended periods and choose the right moment to act. On the savanna, patience and precise planning often prove more effective than a prolonged chase. On the African savanna, buffaloes are one of the most defensive herbivores. A mature individual can weigh nearly 1,500 pounds and usually move closely together in a herd to minimize risk. But when one temporarily separates from the group, the familiar balance immediately shifts. Several lions begin to approach silently, gradually closing the distance. The buffalo reacts quickly, turning repeatedly and using powerful kicks to maintain space. The lions are not in a hurry. They patiently pursue, applying steady pressure to gradually weaken their opponent.
Jag kan stretcha, ta som fuck them.
The noise causes the nearby buffalo herd to return. Some charge, forcing the lions to retreat temporarily to avoid a direct collision. But when the buffalo realize their comrade is no longer standing and gradually withdrawing, the lions return to the area they left empty. Wild buffalo are known for their strong herd-protecting instincts, with many individuals willing to return to support their fellow buffalo in danger. However, lions often succeed through perseverance and group coordination. On the vast savanna, outcomes are often determined by endurance and collective strategy. In many areas of the African savanna, wild dogs often dig burrows in open fields to raise their very young cubs. An adult pack may constantly move around the area to observe and protect. But when most of the attention is focused on the cubs at the mouth of the burrow, a greater danger begins to approach from afar. A male lion suddenly emerges from the edge of the grassland and quickly accelerates toward the burrow. It dashes across the open space in seconds and reaches a cub before the wild dogs can fully react. Warning cries immediately erupt, and the adults begin running around to create distance. The situation becomes more tense when several other lions also approach the area. The wild dogs are forced to gradually retreat from their original position to avoid greater risk. In such moments, young individuals are always the most vulnerable. Encounters between predators are often more than just about food. Often, it's a competition for territory and control of living space. On the vast savanna, a single moment of carelessness can change the entire course of events. Along the jungle coasts of the Americas, jaguars are the top predators in the region. An adult can weigh from 150 to over 250 pounds and usually lives entirely alone. Each controls its own territory, so when two adults accidentally meet, tension quickly builds. On a sandy beach, two male jaguars approach and begin observing each other. Both maintain a short distance, move slowly, and demonstrate their strength with cautious strides. Neither wants to yield territory immediately, and within moments, the confrontation becomes tense. After a short while, one begins to retreat a few steps and lower its stance. This is a clear signal that it chooses to avoid direct conflict. The remaining animal held its position on the sand, and the confrontation ended when its opponent gradually left the area. In the world of solitary predators, avoiding injury is often just as important as winning. A serious wound can impair hunting ability for weeks. Therefore, in many cases, retreating at the right time is the key to long-term survival. In nature, no two hunts are alike, but every chase begins with observation and waiting. When the opportunity arises, speed and coordination instantly replace the previous stillness. The prey reacts with formation and stamina, while the predator takes advantage of every small misstep. These are some of the most dramatic hunts and chases ever recorded. On the edge of the low grasslands, herds of wildebeest move in long lines, each individual weighing between 400 and nearly 600 pounds and capable of maintaining speeds of almost 50 miles per hour over short runs. Their strength lies in numbers and synchronized movement. However, when a cheetah alliance appears in the distance and begins to close the gap, pressure builds at the edge of the herd. The chase begins almost immediately. One cheetah accelerates decisively, forcing the herd to change direction abruptly. In that disruption, a slower reacting individual is separated from the main group. The remaining cheetahs quickly coordinate, moving in an arc to prevent the prey from returning to the herd. The distance is closed in a matter of seconds. Thanks to their coordinated efforts, the target is controlled and the hunt ends quickly. With cheetahs, success rarely comes from individual speed. By separating a weak or slow individual from the herd, group tactics significantly increase the chances of successful hunting on the vast savanna. On the frigid tundras of North America, adult caribou can weigh between 250 and 400 pounds and move in large packs to increase their ability to detect danger. Their long legs help them traverse deep snow and maintain a steady pace over long distances. But when the prolonged migration season depletes their strength, the gray wolf pack begins to follow closely behind. The wolves don't rush to speed up. They spread out in a wide formation, constantly changing direction to put pressure on the edge of the pack. When a young individual stumbles on soft snow and slows down for a few seconds, the protective distance is immediately widened. The pack accelerates at the right moment, taking turns closing in to prevent prey from returning to the main group. The chase doesn't last long before the target is controlled. The outcome favors the pack. For the caribou, strength lies in the synchronization of the entire pack. For the wolves, the advantage comes from patience and coordination. In harsh environments, even a single moment of separation from the group can change the course of survival. On open ground and dry gravel, adult guinea fowl, weighing about 3 to 4 pounds, usually move in flocks to increase their early warning capabilities. They can take off quickly, but only fly low and for short distances, relying heavily on collective reflexes to escape. When the entire flock is preoccupied with foraging and constantly looking down at the ground, their vigilance begins to wane. Hiding at the edge of the bushes, a leopard observes every small movement. It maintains a close enough distance to shorten its reaction time. When the flock suddenly flaps its wings and takes off in a chaotic flurry, the leopard immediately springs forcefully from its hind legs, aiming directly at the individual that has just left the ground. The moment is fleeting. The bird is caught before it can reach a safe altitude and is quickly subdued. The successful hunt is not due to endurance, but to the precise timing of the takeoff. In nature, reflexes and patience often determine the outcome. Even a slight slowdown in flight is enough to give the predator the chance to complete its decisive jump. In the open field where 2 ostriches were foraging, their nearly 9-foot-tall bodies and weights that can exceed 250 pounds made them one of the largest birds still in existence. Their long legs allowed them to run at speeds of up to 40 miles per hour for short distances. However, their large size also made them difficult to maneuver when surrounded, and a pack of cheetahs recognized this opportunity. One cheetah took the lead, accelerating to close the gap. Speeds reaching nearly 60 miles per hour allowed it to quickly close in on its target. When the ostriches turned to flee, the other cheetahs immediately joined in, moving in multiple directions to restrict their escape routes and create a pincer movement. The chase ended when the entire group simultaneously closed in and brought down one individual. With prey as large as an ostrich, individual speed alone was not enough to guarantee success. Precise coordination between individuals is what ultimately determines the outcome. On the open grasslands, cooperation is the strategy that allows predators to overcome their own limitations. On the North American grasslands, adult bison can weigh from 1,000 to over 2,000 pounds, with outward curving horns and shoulders as high as a moving wall. When threatened, bison herds often huddle together in a circle, heads turned outward to protect the young in the center. But at the edge of the herd, a pack of gray wolves has begun moving in a wide formation. The wolves don't charge in immediately. They constantly change direction, trying to force the herd apart and drag a weak individual out of the protective circle. When the bison suddenly switch to running, the defensive formation opens up for a brief moment. A young one can't keep up the pace and falls behind. The pack immediately closes the gap, coordinating their efforts to close in until the target is under control. The hunt ends quickly, enough to provide food for the entire pack for days. A wolf's success doesn't rely on sheer strength alone. Patience, coordination, and exploiting moments of prey disorganization are key. On the vast savanna, tactics often outweigh size. On the edge of the savanna, a herd of African buffalo moved slowly, each individual maintaining a safe distance to protect one another. Adult buffalo are massive and quick to react to danger. As the herd advanced through the tall grass, a male lion lay silently among the stalks, waiting for the opportune moment. The lion kept its body almost motionless to avoid detection. When the distance was close enough, it suddenly leapt from its hiding place. The buffalo scattered in panic. In that moment of chaos, a slower reacting individual was separated from the group. The lion quickly locked onto its target and accelerated for a short distance. It avoided a long chase to prevent unnecessary energy expenditure. In just a few decisive seconds, the buffalo was subdued. The hunt ended swiftly. The lion's success depends not only on strength, but also on choosing the right target and timing. The element of surprise always plays a crucial role. On the vast steppe, a single mistake can determine the outcome of survival. Near the edge of the grassy clearing where sunlight streamed down, adult male impalas, weighing between 100 and 150 pounds and capable of speeds of nearly 50 miles per hour when escaping, were known for leaps of over 10 feet to change direction unexpectedly. However, when the two males locked horns in a short but fierce struggle, their attention was entirely focused on the opponent in front of them. In the shade of the bushes, a leopard remained low and motionless. It watched the movements of the two impalas, waiting for the moment they both turned sideways, exposing a gap behind them. When one slipped slightly in a powerful thrust, the leopard would instantly surge forward with a short burst of speed, lunging straight at the outstretched individual. The entire sequence lasted only seconds. The impala didn't have time to turn to exploit its inherent speed and was quickly subdued. Leopards succeed not through long chases, but through patience and choosing the right moment. On the savannah, victory often belongs to the one who knows how to wait. In the middle of a wide river where crocodiles reign supreme, a male lion weighing approximately 400 to 500 pounds is forced to swim across to the other side. On land, it is a top predator with impressive strength and acceleration. But when its body is submerged in deep water, each leg movement becomes slow and inflexible. As the lion approaches the middle of the river, the water behind it stirs slightly. A crocodile approaches from underwater and suddenly lunges to attack from behind. The impact throws the lion off balance, forcing it to spin and struggle violently to escape the pull. The tense struggle lasts only a few seconds. Thanks to its decisive reaction and the short distance to shore, the lion escapes the grip and swims quickly to land. It reaches the shore safely, avoiding serious injury. There is no absolute winner in this encounter. On land, the lion has the advantage. But in the aquatic environment, the crocodile holds the upper hand. When entering the territory of another species, the balance of power can quickly shift. In the wild, confrontations erupt as species are forced to defend their territory or assert their dominance. Each combatant enters the conflict with its own weapons, from precise memory and keen sense of smell to calculated group coordination. These documented battles expose the decisive moments of attack and the delicate balance between dominance and retreat in nature. On an open clearing near the edge of the bush, the hyena ultimately secured the majority of the prey. Leopards are renowned for their adaptability, able to hunt alone and drag heavy carcasses up trees to prevent theft. This careful calculation makes each of their decisions highly strategic. When a hyena approached the carcass, the leopard immediately turned and tried to gain control. The two struggled in a tight space, each move aimed at maintaining a favorable position. Pressure increased as the hyena refused to back down and continued to press closer. After a few tense minutes, the hyena used its weight and tenacity to seize the main part of the carcass. The leopard was forced to retreat to the edge of the area. However, just as the hyena was distracted, another leopard appeared and quickly dragged away a portion of the prey. The struggle ended without absolute control belonging to a single individual. In nature, strategy and timing often determine outcomes just as much as strength. The ability to observe and wait for the right moment can change the entire course of events. On the edge of a cold stream in North America, a standoff between two bears ended when one individual conceded defeat after establishing their dominance. Bears possess a superior sense of smell, capable of detecting scents from miles away, along with spatial memory that allows them to remember areas with salmon, berries, and familiar movement patterns. This territorial memory makes encounters between adult males almost inevitable. Initially, both stood a few paces apart, emitting low growls as a warning. They circled, observing each other's every move. When the distance narrowed enough, both suddenly lunged, their hundreds-pound bodies colliding in a powerful, relentless thrust. The struggle was brief but intense. Each tried to maintain balance and find a more advantageous position. After a few minutes of exhaustion, one began to slow down and retreat in small steps, avoiding further escalation of the conflict. Both eventually separated and maintained a safe distance. There was no prolonged chase. In nature, many battles like this are aimed at establishing power rather than eliminating an opponent. Strength is displayed, but restraint is what helps maintain order and minimize risk. Amidst the low-lying dry grass, the cobra relies on its ability to sense vibrations and temperature changes to monitor its surroundings. Despite having almost no eyelids and moving very close to the ground, it perceives movement with remarkable accuracy. When approached too closely, its body instantly switches to a defensive posture. The mongoose approaches with short, quick strides. The snake raises its hood, lifts its front body high, and keeps its head still, ready to react. The mongoose continuously moves around, dodging each attack within a very tight space. After many dodges, the snake's reaction speed begins to slow. The mongoose seizes that moment, lunging and biting forcefully at its opponent's head. In just a few seconds, the confrontation is decisively tilted in favor of the smaller animal. The battle ends quickly, but leaves a clear lesson. In nature, speed, reflexes, and timing can compensate for differences in size. The precision of each movement sometimes determines the entire outcome. Along Africa's wide rivers, hippos hold a nearly unrivaled position in their waters. An adult typically weighs between 3,000 and over 4,000 pounds, with a massive body and a bite powerful enough to defend their territory. Even at rest, they monitor every movement around them with lightning speed. Late one afternoon, a lioness approached too close to a hippo resting at the water's edge. The distance between the two narrowed to just a few steps. The hippo immediately sensed the lioness's presence and turned its massive body toward her. The lioness took another step to probe. The hippo's reaction was almost instantaneous. With its thousands of pounds of weight, it lunged forward and briefly grabbed the lioness's head. The lioness broke free with all her might and escaped the danger zone without serious injury. Hippopotamuses rarely become prey to lions under normal circumstances. When their resting space is invaded, their size and strength create a clear advantage. This confrontation shows that on the riverbank, the advantage doesn't always lie with the predator. On the riverbank mudflats, rhinos rely on their keen sense of smell and hearing to track any movement around them. Although their eyesight isn't particularly strong, they can detect smells and sounds from a distance, allowing them to react promptly. This vigilance means any creature that approaches too closely is immediately identified. A hippo approaches within a short range, seemingly just to probe. The rhino turns, lowers its head, and thrusts its horns forward as a clear warning signal. The hippo opens its jaws in a show of menace, and the distance between the two bodies, weighing thousands of pounds, quickly narrows. As several more rhinos appear behind, the situation changes dramatically. The hippo pauses, observes for a few seconds, then slowly backs away from the contested area. The encounter ended without serious injury, underscores that in nature, recognizing when to retreat is an essential part of survival instinct. On the vast, dry savanna, elephants are known for their exceptional memory, able to recall the location of water sources dozens of miles away and identify individuals they've encountered years before. For adult males, memories of hierarchy and territory never fade. This very memory carries with it a history of accumulated competition. As the two male elephants approached, the air grew heavy. They raised their heads, spread their ears, and took slow but decisive steps. Suddenly, they charged at each other, their tusks clashing violently with a thunderous roar that shook the ground. The struggle dragged on in palpable tension. Each tried to maneuver its tusks to find a more advantageous angle, pouring thousands of pounds of weight onto its opponent. After minutes of exhaustion, the younger elephant began to retreat, its breathing becoming labored and its steps slowing. Finally, it turned and retreated from the disputed area, leaving the older elephant to hold its position. The fight ended without serious injuries. In nature, retreating at the right time is not a defeat, but a way to conserve strength for future competitions. On the open savanna, hyenas maintain an advantage thanks to their tight pack structure and organized coordination. Each individual understands their place in the hierarchy and reacts quickly to shared signals. This synchronicity forms the foundation for the intense confrontations that follow. When a lioness moves away from the pride, many hyenas immediately close the gap. They advance cautiously, taking turns applying pressure. The lioness must constantly turn to maintain her defensive position, and the situation quickly becomes unfavorable. Just as the danger increases, other members of the lion pride appear and enter the contested area. Both sides close in, using strength and teamwork to gain control of the space. The hyenas retreat briefly, then advance again, demonstrating persistence and clear calculation. After several tense minutes, both sides gradually separate from the combat zone. Neither side can maintain absolute dominance. In the natural environment, the balance of power is constantly shifting depending on numbers and levels of coordination, and every conflict carries real risks. In the vast ocean, where light rarely reaches the bottom, the dominant predator, orca, moves silently, observing each target. Every wave is a sign of pursuit. Every movement is a preparation for the perfect attack. In this world, there are no permanent enemies, only adaptation and survival instinct. Orca uses intelligence, strength, and tactics to control the ocean. This is the story of a strategic predator where instinct and intelligence become one. Orcinus orca, the killer whale, is a mammal at the top of the ocean food chain, representing strength and high cognitive abilities, 20 to 30 feet long, weighing 6,000 to 12,000 pounds. Orca can reach speeds of 40 miles per hour, much faster than a great white shark. Their brains, weighing about 15 pounds, are the largest of any marine mammal, enabling them to process information and communicate complexly. Orca live in pods of 5 to 30 individuals, each member of which has a clear role in movement and hunting. They coordinate through organized tactics such as wave washing to create waves to break ice, beaching to crawl ashore to hunt seals, and encircling to circle prey. After hunting, they often jump to the surface, blow air, and make sounds, behaviors considered to be communication and group bonding responses. Each group of orca has a unique sound system called a dialect. that helps them recognize each other. Their organized social behavior and ability to learn through observation indicate a high level of intelligence. Orca demonstrate a remarkable ability to adapt and cooperate beyond instinct, making them the most efficient and intelligent predators in the ocean. Ascrictius robustus gray whales migrate more than 6,000 miles from the Arctic to Baja California, measuring 45 to 50 feet long and weighing 60,000 to 80,000 pounds. They have great endurance but are still targets for killer whales. Orca groups are divided into groups with specific missions: troublemakers, calf attackers, and mother blockers. When calves are separated, they attack repeatedly until their prey is exhausted. The hunt is fast, demonstrating coordination and precise tactics. It is a clear demonstration that Orca wins through organization and patience, not just strength. Stingrays live in shallow waters near the bottom, have flat bodies 6 to 10 feet wide, and weigh 200 to 300 pounds. They move with graceful, flapping wings, hide in the sand, and use their venomous tails to defend themselves when attacked. Orca approaches from behind, taking advantage of its ability to move silently to get close to its prey. When close enough, it will whip its tail violently, stunning the stingray. Orca does not eat meat, but swims around observing, possibly to practice hunting skills. This behavior shows the intelligence and ability to control instincts, the true power of the ocean's top predator. Antarctica is a harsh, icy land where temperatures often drop below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The penguins, which stand about 3 feet tall and weigh nearly 80 pounds, are flightless birds that can swim at speeds of 20 miles per hour. Their black and white plumage camouflages them well against the surface of the sea and the ice. As the penguins rest on the ice, a group of orcas appears, moving in circles to create large waves to break the ice. A frightened bird dives into the water, diving deep through a narrow gap in the ice to escape. After several escapes, it swims close to a tourist boat and jumps onto the deck, seeking safety. The orca continues to circle but does not attack again. The scene shows the contrast between the intelligent, patient orca and the solitary, agile penguin, demonstrating the limits of survival in the wild. The great white shark, Carcharodon carcharias, is the ultimate symbol of ocean fear. Measuring 13 to 20 feet long and weighing more than 2,000 to 4,000 pounds, it has a long, slender body, razor-sharp teeth, and an extremely sophisticated electromagnetic sense. Its speed of about 25 miles per hour makes it an agile predator that has been at the top of the food chain for millions of years. But its time has changed with the arrival of the killer whale. Orca attacks are not random. They move in tight formation, using tactics that keep the giant shark off guard. One orca attracts attention, while another circles behind and suddenly flips the shark onto its back, putting it into a state of tonic immobility. With the shark unable to fight back, the shark is hit precisely in the liver, its most energetic part. The moment was more than a hunt. It was a symbol of a natural shift in power, intelligence over instinct. The killer whale didn't just defeat the great white shark, it redefined what it meant to be the dominant force in the ocean through strategy, cooperation, and absolute control. Dolphins are intelligent, agile, and active creatures that typically live in pods of 10 to 20 individuals. They communicate using sound waves and are capable of almost instantaneous responses, creating stunning synchronized movements. In the ocean, dolphins are rarely easy prey, but for killer whales, it's a test of strategy, not just speed. Orca forms small formations, moving in layers to surround the dolphins. Some individuals jump up to 20 feet out of the water to cut off their opponent's escape routes. As a dolphin begins to tire, the circle closes. The attack is swift and precise, the result of perfect coordination between members of the pod. This battle between two intelligent species shows that, in the natural world, speed is only part of strength. True victory belongs to the one with superior vision and strategy. Orca is not just a predator, but a leader of the sea, where intelligence always reigns in the fierce current of survival. Humpback whales, 40 to 52 feet long and weighing nearly 88,000 pounds, are giant creatures with a fierce instinct to protect their young. When in danger, they join forces to form a circle, with the adults facing outwards, protecting the young inside. The image is both tragic and sacred, symbolizing maternal love in the deep sea. Killer whales do not dare to attack the adults head-on. Instead, they split into groups, patiently applying pressure to separate the young from the protective circle. Sometimes, the orca even pretends to be a mother, lifting the young to the surface to deceive them, an act that shows incredible calculation and cunning. When the young are exhausted, the circle closes, ending quickly. This encounter is the clearest proof that, in nature, strength alone does not determine victory. Intelligence, patience, and strategy are the factors that help killer whales stay at the top, where the smartest always survives. In the polar and temperate seas, seals and sea lions are a common sight on ice floes or rocks near the shore. They rest, sunbathe, and sometimes are unaware that, beneath the cold water, lies the planet's most intelligent predator, the killer whale. For the orca, this is more than just a meal. It's a test of perfect strategy and skill in the wave-washing technique. Groups of orcas swim in parallel and synchronize, creating large waves that tilt or break the ice, causing seals to fall into the water. When necessary, they are ready to use the beaching tactic, rushing straight up the shore at high speed to grab sea lions, then quickly turn around and slide back into the sea. A small mistake can cause them to run aground, facing the risk of losing their lives, demonstrating the extraordinary courage and calculation of this species. This hunting behavior is not simply instinct. It is a cultural skill taught through many generations, demonstrating the orca's ability to learn complex social skills. Each attack is a combination of strength, intelligence, and recklessness, proving that in the harsh ocean, only those who dare to take risks with new strategies can stand at the top of the survival chain. In the coldest, most frigid regions of the Earth, every movement carries risk. Polar bears don't hunt with blind brute force, but with cold calculation and patience. The captured moments reveal a world where victory and defeat are separated by mere seconds. These aren't mere attacks, but the most brutal survival decisions ever filmed. Polar bears are the largest land predators of the Arctic. An adult male can weigh from 900 to over 1,300 pounds and measure up to 8 feet from head to tail. Beneath their skin is a thick layer of fat several inches deep. This fat provides stable insulation when winter temperatures can drop below -40 degrees Fahrenheit. Their outer coat is thick, fluffy white fur. It helps keep them warm, waterproof, and blends perfectly with the surrounding ice and snow. Their large paws act like natural snowshoes. They distribute their body weight across thin ice, allowing them to move steadily without easily falling into the cold water. Their strong skeletal structure and powerful limbs allow them to sprint quickly over short distances. Each movement is decisive and precise. Polar bears have exceptionally keen senses of smell. They can detect prey from over 60 feet away, even when the prey is hidden beneath thick ice. The true strength of a polar bear doesn't just come from its muscles or size. It's a combination of physical prowess, cold tolerance, and senses refined over thousands of years of evolution. These factors explain why polar bears can survive and dominate one of the harshest environments on Earth. Beluga whales are small whales that live near the Arctic Circle. Their pale white bodies help them blend in with the ice and light. Belugas usually move in small groups, preferring shallow, calm waters. When the tide rises, narrow channels open up close to the shore. That's when the boundary between sea and ice becomes fragile. The polar bear recognizes this rare opportunity. It waits at the edge of the ice, observing the water. Every tidal beat is memorized. When a beluga gets too close to the shallow area, the approach is quick and decisive. Most attempts end in failure. The beluga turns around just in time, slipping out of reach. Each such failure consumes precious energy. When the environment changes, the bear doesn't stubbornly stay put. It retreated quietly, returning to the familiar tactics that had sustained it before. In the Arctic, not every opportunity is worth pursuing. Survival lies in the ability to try at the right time and knowing when to stop when the price becomes too high. In the Arctic, scarcity silently alters behavior. As food dwindles, polar bears begin to move closer together. Confrontations arise over leftover food on the ice, familiar routes, or proximity to areas where they raise their young. When they encounter each other, the atmosphere becomes noticeably tense. But fighting rarely happens immediately. Dominant signals are sent first. The bears stand upright, their front legs spread wide. A low, rumbling warning sound echoes in the cold air. This is a measure of strength. The goal isn't to inflict injury. In the Arctic, injury means a loss of survival. Therefore, most confrontations end when one side backs down. However, when food becomes extremely scarce, those limits can be broken. Hunger pushes behavior beyond safe boundaries. Adult male bears can become a danger to even their cubs. In that situation, the mother bear faces the most severe challenge. Her weight is often only about half that of the male. Meanwhile, the cubs weigh only about 20 to 30 pounds, completely dependent on their mother's presence. Every move becomes a calculation. Every decision carries clear risk. As the ice melts, living space shrinks rapidly. Food is dispersed. Pressure builds with every step. Motherhood becomes an extreme battle for survival. The effects of these pressures don't stop at a single individual. They directly impact the reproductive capacity and long-term survival of the species. In the Arctic, motherhood is more than just caregiving. It's a constant series of choices between safety and risk, in a world where mistakes are not an option. In the icy ocean, seals depend on tiny breathing holes in the ice. These are the fragile threads connecting the cold water below to the air above. Each time they surface, seals reclaim their lives in just a few short breaths. Polar bears know the value of these breathing holes. In their memory, the locations of the holes are recorded like an invisible map. They move slowly between familiar points, without haste or deviation. Once they've chosen a spot, the bear lies down. Hours pass in absolute silence. No movement, no energy expenditure, only prolonged waiting. Beneath the ice, the seal is forced to return to its familiar breathing hole. It's not a choice, but a survival instinct. The moment the ice surface trembles slightly, everything changes. The attack happens in a few decisive seconds. Short, precise, pouring all its weight into a single movement. Either success or the chance vanishes instantly. A successful hunt can sustain a bear for up to 10 days. But even with perfect skill, the success rate only ranges from 10 to 20%. Each approach is a gamble of energy. Try your luck, or accept going hungry for many more days. In the Arctic, victory doesn't come from the number of strikes. It comes from memory, patience, and the ability to choose the right moment to act. As the ice melts, access to seals becomes more difficult. Polar bears are forced to adjust their survival strategies. Their familiar energy sources are no longer readily available. During these periods, bears switch to lower-calorie options. They climb high coastal cliffs, reaching seabird nesting grounds seasonally. Eggs don't provide much energy, but they are more readily available and accessible. Small, sporadic gatherings accumulate over time. They aren't an ideal meal, but they're enough to sustain life until a greater opportunity arises. In a changing world, adaptation isn't about seeking new strengths. It's about the ability to accept less and to survive long enough to wait for the next opportunity. Salmon return to the Arctic rivers seasonally. This brief migration brings the rivers to life. Small in size, but full of energy, they are a fleeting food source for the summer. Polar bears appear silently. They don't chase through the deep water. The bear waits in shallow, narrow stretches of the river, where the current forces the fish to slow down. The water rises and falls. Salmon dart past. The pounce happens in a short, quick, and precise moment. Sometimes it hits its target. Sometimes it's just a splash. Wins and misses alternate constantly. Most hunts yield only modest results, but each fish caught helps replenish the energy lost during the summer. This hunt cannot replace larger prey, but it keeps the body functioning, enough to prolong endurance. In the Arctic, survival sometimes doesn't lie in abundance. It lies in having enough strength to get through the next day. Walruses are the massive powerhouses of the Arctic. A mature individual can weigh up to 4,000 pounds, larger than most surrounding threats. They live in herds, relying on their numbers for safety on the ice. Their long tusks and the powerful thrust from their massive bodies make even polar bears hesitate. Every approach carries clear risks. A small mistake can be costly. Therefore, the bear rarely chooses a direct confrontation. It stands at the edge of the herd, observing in silence, waiting for the slightest signs of disorder. A slower-moving cub, a weak individual unable to react in time, or the moment the walrus herd is disturbed. The bear begins to apply pressure, without haste, without fanfare. Its mere presence is enough to cause the herd to shift. As panic spreads, order crumbles in a matter of seconds. That's the only time to act. Quick, precise, and finished. Many times, the opportunity slips away. The bear is forced to retreat, accepting defeat to conserve energy. But when successful, the reward is enormous. A single hunt can yield up to 150,000 calories, enough to sustain life for many harsh days. This confrontation isn't decided by sheer strength. Intelligence and adaptability are the key factors. In the Arctic, survival isn't about being the strongest, but about knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Lions are often seen as dominant hunters, ruling many pursuits with power, speed, and experience. Yet the savanna never offers guarantees. A slight shift in distance or terrain can quickly alter the course of an encounter. It is in these unsuccessful attempts that the true boundaries of strength are revealed. On the vast savanna, lions are seen as symbols of strength and control. Their sturdy bodies, quick reflexes, and ability to coordinate as a pride give them an advantage in many hunts. A mature lion can accelerate rapidly over short distances and maintain pressure long enough to disrupt its prey. However, not every hunt ends successfully. High temperatures, miscalculations of distance, or unexpected reactions from prey can change the course of events in seconds. In nature, even the top predators face their own limitations.
Fighting.
At the edge of a narrowed waterhole during the dry season, the pack of wild dogs moves as a unified entity. Their collective intelligence is evident in their synchronized steps and the way they maintain a stable arc formation. Each individual acts not for themselves, but for the safety and benefit of the pack, always ready to assist when a member is in danger. When an old lioness enters the area to reassert her control, the atmosphere immediately changes. The dogs do not scatter. They hold their positions, constantly adjusting to the lioness's movements and creating pressure with their voices and rhythmic shifts. Suddenly, the lioness accelerates and charges into the formation, subduing one individual for a brief moment.
Fighting.
but the dog's reaction is almost instantaneous. The surrounding individuals simultaneously close in, harassing from multiple directions and forcing the lioness to constantly turn to defend herself. The relentless pressure caused it to lose its advantage. Eventually, the lion was forced to release its target and retreat from the center of the water source. The confrontation ended with the lion's retreat, despite its superior individual strength. The lion's pack tactics and strong teamwork neutralized that advantage in just seconds. In nature, where each individual lives for the pack, collective strength can overcome even the might of a larger predator. Submerged, almost motionless, the crocodile patiently waited in absolute silence. Only its eyes and nose surfaced, enough to observe any movement along the shore. Its advantage lay not in speed, but in prolonged stillness and the ability to choose the right moment. When the lion lowered its head close to the water's surface to drink, the distance between the two species shortened without warning. The water remained calm, without a single unusual ripple. Then, in a brief moment, the crocodile sprang up from below with a precise lunge, shattering the stillness. The lion recoiled instinctively, trying to maintain its balance and escape the danger zone. The surprise caused it to lose the initiative from the very first second. Realizing it was at a disadvantage, it quickly moved away from the water's edge to avoid being pulled deeper. The encounter ended almost immediately, with the crocodile gaining the upper hand. In the aquatic environment, patience and the element of surprise create a decisive advantage. Nature constantly shifts the balance according to the environment, not according to the reputation of the predator. On the hot, dry sand, Oryx displayed a kind of strength that came from composure. It didn't panic at the perceived danger, but remained in place, head lowered and horns pointing straight forward. Its instinct was active defense, ready to retaliate rather than flee. A lion approached, intending to find an angle to approach from behind. But each step to flank was met with Oryx's close-range maneuvering, leaving no weak point exposed. When the lion attempted to accelerate for a moment, the horns immediately thrust forward, forcing it to stop to avoid a direct collision. The dangerous distance made the lion hesitate. A wound from the sharp horns could render it incapable of hunting for weeks. After a few tense seconds, it retreated and abandoned its attack. In nature, the pressure of direct risk is sometimes strong enough to completely halt a hunt. Hidden among the low grass, the cobra maintained a state of heightened vigilance. Its instincts relied not on muscular strength, but on its venom, and the ability to accurately spray venom at short distances. Every movement ahead was monitored, waiting for the safe boundary to be crossed. A male lion approached out of curiosity, walking slowly but confidently. When the distance narrowed too much, The snake immediately raised its hood and sprayed venom directly into the lion's eyes. The intense burning pain disoriented the lion for a few brief seconds. In a chaotic reflex, the lion tried to extend its leg to get closer. The snake responded with a quick defensive bite. The venom began to take effect. The lion's body convulsed slightly, and its movements became uncontrolled. Recognizing the disadvantage, the lion was forced to retreat to avoid more serious harm. The confrontation ended with the larger predator losing ground. In nature, long-range defenses and high precision can neutralize even species that are overwhelmingly larger. In the wide and deep current, hippos demonstrate their strength in unexpected ways. Their heavy bodies are agile in the water. Their wide jaws and quick reflexes allow them to control the space around them. When approached too closely, their instincts shift from passive to active in an instant. A lone lion ventures into the middle of the river, intending to approach. But instead of retreating, the surrounding hippos begin to close in, moving decisively and relentlessly, pressing closer. The lion turns for escape, but the space narrows. Isolated and without companions to support them, the lion is forced to jump into deeper water to escape the increasing pressure. It swims rapidly towards the shore, while the hippos continue to advance to drive it away. The initiative is entirely with the seemingly docile herbivore. The encounter ends with the lion's retreat. In their controlled environment, hippos are not only defensive, but also ready to dominate. When mispositioned, even a predator can be at a disadvantage. On long migrations across the savanna, buffalo herds form a protective structure around their young and weaker individuals. Their migratory instincts not only help them find new pastures, but also maintain a tight formation to minimize the risk of attack. Each movement involves positional adjustments, creating a flexible defense system even while advancing. When a lion suddenly accelerates from the side of the herd, its target is a mother buffalo walking alongside her calf. The initial charge creates a momentary disruption. The mother buffalo immediately turns, lowers her head, and maintains distance between the predator and her calf, forcing the lion to change its approach. That resistance is only the beginning. From the front and sides, other adult buffalo quickly turn around. They advance in unison, closing the space and putting pressure on the lion. The tide turned when the predator no longer had safe space to continue its attack, and was eventually forced to retreat. The confrontation ended with the lion's defeat. The collective strength and synchronized reaction of the buffalo herd completely reversed the situation in a short time. In nature, when the protection of offspring triggers the instinct for solidarity, numbers can turn a hunt into a risk for the aggressor. On vast grasslands and semi-deserts, sharp horns are not only a tool for defense, but also a boundary for survival. As a predator approaches, every step forward carries the risk of injury that could end an entire hunting season. Not every moment of dominance ends in victory, and not every retreat is defeat. These are the most critical moments when the prey's strength forces the predator to reconsider its strategy in a few decisive seconds. Amidst the dense movements of the savanna, wildebeest maintain close formations to minimize risk from predators. An adult weighing between 400 and 600 pounds, with sharp, curved horns and strong shoulders, can quickly turn in tight spaces. When pressure increases and distance shortens, the prey chooses not to retreat, but to engage in a direct confrontation. The young lion approaches when the wildebeest herd slows down in the narrow terrain and limited visibility. The initial charge creates significant pressure, but is not enough to dislodge the wildebeest. The distance narrows rapidly, and that's when the tide turns. Instead of fleeing, the wildebeest turns decisively. Its horns lower and hook onto the lion's front legs, forcing the predator to stumble and retreat to regain its balance. The advantage shifts in just a few short seconds. Counterattacks often occur when lions lack experience and misjudge safe distances. Wildebeest, on the other hand, not only defend passively, but can also switch to offense when cornered. In the wild, for young predators, a small miscalculation can ruin an entire hunt. Leopards rely on ambushes and explosive power over short distances to take down their prey. Unlike lions that hunt in groups, they operate alone and need surprise to gain an advantage. When they successfully approach at close range, the pounce is quick and decisive. However, if the antelope resists effectively and maintains its balance, the leopard usually doesn't prolong the chase. Its endurance isn't as high as that of lions or wild dogs. When the first opportunity passes, the predator usually chooses to retreat to avoid unnecessary energy expenditure and injury. Spotted hyenas are highly organized predators, operating in a matriarchal pack structure with rapid coordination and clear discipline. They possess a powerful bite, capable of handling even the hard bones of prey. However, the hyena's greatest advantage lies not in individual animals, but in their ability to control space through sheer numbers. The lioness stands guard over her newly acquired meal. The hyena pack doesn't rush forward, but forms an arc, taking turns advancing and retreating, forcing the lioness to constantly shift her position. Communication sounds fill the air, and the number of hyenas increases over time. The pressure builds from persistence and physical exertion rather than a single close-range attack. As the safe distance narrows and the lioness's breathing becomes more rapid, the balance begins to shift. However, the appearance of a mature male lion causes the hyena pack to halt. With its large size and superior jaw strength, it advanced into the center. Without a direct confrontation, the hyena pack gradually dispersed and retreated to a safe distance. This development demonstrates the hyena's effectiveness through attrition tactics and collective coordination. Meanwhile, the male lion exerted its influence through a deterrent presence. In nature, order is sometimes established not through confrontation, but through the ability to cause the opponent to adjust their behavior. On the open grasslands, African buffalo are always considered a formidable challenge for any lion. Weighing between 1,800 and 2,200 pounds, with thick, curved horns and well-developed neck and shoulder muscles, they possess a powerful counterattack capability when cornered. In this encounter, the hunting attempt ended unsuccessfully when the buffalo turned around and regained the initiative. A lioness approached alone from behind, taking advantage of the gap created by the herd's movement. The initial close approach slowed the buffalo, but didn't cause it to lose control completely. Realizing the danger, the adult buffalo turned around instead of fleeing. A direct butt from the curved horns caused the lioness to lose her balance and retreat out of danger. Immediately afterward, other members of the herd returned, creating a numerical advantage and cutting off the escape route. Collective pressure forced the predator to leave the area. The encounter showed that buffalo hunting is not a tactic for a lone individual. Success often requires close coordination among multiple lions to control the prey's movement and airway. In nature, with large targets like buffalo, collective strategy determines the outcome more than individual strength. On the vast, dry plains, mother rhinos represent an almost unassailable line of defense. With bodies that can exceed 4,000 pounds, thick hides, and sturdy horns, they maintain a clear advantage when distance is maintained. Faced with this decisive protective reaction, the lion quickly reassesses the risks of the hunt. A group of lions observes from a distance, waiting for the cub to break away from its safe position. The initial approach causes the rhino cub to recoil a few steps, but in an instant, the mother turns, precisely locating the threat. Without engaging in a chaotic charge, the mother rhino lowers her head and advances with powerful force from her shoulders. The lions avoid a direct collision, as a well-aimed blow could cause serious injury. Distance is re-established, and the opportunity to attack vanishes. Even when the calf is weak or has fallen, the mother rhino will often stay to protect it instead of abandoning it. This is not a sign of weakness, but rather a calculated, instinctive balance of risk. In nature, there are limits that predators understand should not cross. Cheetahs are the fastest land cats, capable of reaching speeds of nearly 70 miles per hour over short distances. Their slender bodies, light bones, and deep rib cage optimize acceleration. However, this structure prioritizes speed over the ability to withstand a head-on collision. Once the chase begins, the distance is quickly closed thanks to superior acceleration. But if the gazelle turns around in reaction, or the collision occurs at an unfavorable angle, the cheetah is forced to release pressure immediately. An abdominal injury can lead to serious infection and threaten survival. In nature, high speed does not equate to defensive strength. In the arid, semi-desert regions, oryx are distinguished by their straight, pointed horns, which can be nearly 3 feet long. Instead of panicking, they typically hold their position and turn their heads when they sense a threat at close range. This calmness forces young lions to hesitate when they realize the risk outweighs the benefit. A pair of young lions approach from the front instead of flanking. The incomplete coordination leaves the angle of attack exposed. As the distance narrows, the oryx doesn't accelerate but stops, turning its head to keep the horns straight toward the predator. A lion approaches too close in a direct line. The oryx thrusts its shoulders forward and lowers its head, forcing the lion to lean away from the tip of its horns. A safe distance is re-established in just a few steps backward. The confrontation ends when a safe distance is maintained again. For young lions, the lesson lies in controlling the angle of approach and correctly reading the opponent's defensive signals. In the wild, knowing when to stop before the dangerous limit is a way to maintain a chance for the next hunt, not a defeat. Zebras maintain tight formations on the savanna, relying on keen eyesight and collective reflexes to detect danger early. Adults have kicks powerful enough to inflict serious injury if approached at the wrong angle. The hunt doesn't end when resistance alters the entire initial calculation. The lion chooses to approach a cub at the edge of the herd. The distance is quickly reduced, but as soon as pressure increases, the mother zebra turns back instead of continuing to move with the herd. It positions its body between the cub and the predator, moving sideways to maintain control. As the lion tries to maintain its position, a kick from its hind legs forces it to adjust its approach. Injuries to the teeth or eyes can render the lion incapable of hunting for an extended period. Realizing the danger outweighs the benefit, the predator reduces pressure and withdraws from the danger zone. This encounter shows that the mother zebra's turning back wasn't a spontaneous reaction, but rather a clearly activated mechanism for protecting her offspring. For the lion, the decision to stop was a survival calculation. In nature, not every opportunity is worth pursuing to the end. Across the African savanna, lions hunt not only for survival, but also to assert their power. Every recorded encounter reveals a stark disparity in strength, tactics, and timing. From adversaries to their own kind, the line between survival and extinction is constantly being tested. These are some of the most brutal moments ever recorded, where the outcome is decided in a matter of minutes. In the quiet grasslands, a mature African buffalo gradually fell behind its herd. Weighing over 2,000 pounds, with thick hides and broad horns, it was capable of a direct confrontation with any lone predator. But as the distance between it and the herd widened, that confidence began to turn into real risk. A lioness silently closed the gap and then suddenly accelerated. The buffalo immediately turned, lowered its head, and counterattacked fiercely, forcing the lioness to move aside. The moment of struggle ended. Two more joined the fray, one locking onto its hind leg, the other attempting to pin it down on its back. Initially, the buffalo fought back fiercely and created brief gaps. But the number of lions increased, each attack giving it no time to recover. As its breathing became heavier and its pace slowed, the advantage began to shift decisively to the predators. The battle ended when the buffalo could no longer maintain its balance under the combined pressure. Its resilience helped it prolong the fight, but it could not reverse the already established tide. In an environment where collective tactics are executed precisely, the outcome usually favors the predatory group. On an open grassland, an adult giraffe stands apart from the group, always maintaining a safe distance. With its superior height and long legs capable of powerful kicks, it is capable of posing a threat to predators if approached from the wrong angle. In this confrontation, the outcome ultimately favors the pride of lions. The lions do not attack immediately, but circle around to assess the prey's condition. The giraffe constantly turns its head to observe, keeping its body straight and maintaining distance, exhibiting natural defensive behavior. Only when the animal loses balance while changing direction does a lion lunge from behind to avoid a direct kick. The giraffe reacts with powerful kicks to its rear. However, as multiple lions coordinate their attacks from different positions, its ability to maintain balance diminishes. The situation changed dramatically when the lions gained control of the prey's movements and forced it to its knees. The encounter demonstrated that caution is a crucial element in lion tactics. They waited for the right moment of imbalance instead of risking a direct approach. On the savanna, patience and collective coordination often determine the final outcome. On a challenged territorial boundary, a lone male lion moved slowly. Weighing approximately 200 kilograms, with a powerful bite and claws nearly 4 centimeters long, it was strong enough to confront any individual. But in this encounter, the advantage lay with the alliance of 4 males. The 4 didn't charge immediately, but approached from behind, moving downwind to mask their scent and gradually forming a circle. This was a familiar ambush tactic in hunting, but this time the target was a rival of the same species. As the distance narrowed, the surrounded male's first reaction was to flee, then quickly turn back to face them. Fighting multiple approaches alone was extremely dangerous. The large alliance exerted simultaneous pressure, reducing the risk of injury to each individual and controlling the situation. After a short standoff, the lone male was forced to retreat. Survival did not equate to victory. The retreat is a clear signal that territory has been challenged and the balance of power is shifting. In the lion world, control of living space determines the chances of long-term survival and reproduction. On the edge of an East African woodland, a leopard silently moves with her cub. Adult leopards weigh between 60 and 150 pounds, are agile but solitary. Not far away, a male lion, possibly over 400 pounds, patrols its territory. When these two species encounter, size advantage almost always determines the outcome. The lion detects the movement and changes course. The mother leopard immediately leaves her cub's hiding place, actively running into open space. This is a diversion tactic that has been observed many times in leopards. She doesn't try to hold her position. She drags the predator away from her cub, gradually creating the necessary distance. The distance quickly narrows. The lion accelerates and closes in with superior strength. In a matter of seconds, the mother leopard is subdued. The unequal confrontation ends abruptly. The lion has the advantage, and the cub has the opportunity to blend deeper into the vegetation thanks to the space created. On the savanna, leopards don't seek victory through direct confrontation. Their strategy is to distract attention and preserve the survival chances for future generations. When the weight difference reaches hundreds of pounds, choosing the right moment to leave becomes the most important part of their survival instinct.
Absolutely. Now, she can climb.
On an open field near their hunting grounds, a pack of African wild dogs was moving in tight formation. They are known for their high level of coordination, using tactics of harassment and distraction to protect their comrades. However, when facing a lion head-on, the balance of power often doesn't favor them. A lioness suddenly leaped out from the low grass, targeting the last member of the pack. The wild dogs immediately scattered, barking loudly and running around to distract their accomplice. In that moment of chaos, the lion accelerated and subdued her target before the encirclement could tighten. The rescue attempts only created brief gaps. The disparity in size and force made it difficult for the wild dogs to maintain pressure long enough to reverse the situation. The encounter ended with the lion clearly having the advantage. Nevertheless, tactics like distraction and rescuing their companions sometimes help wild dogs avoid serious harm. Loud barking, circling, and constantly changing direction can distract a lion for a few crucial seconds. In a world where every moment determines survival, those few seconds can sometimes be enough to change the outcome. On a dry strip of land near a territorial boundary, 3 male cheetahs were vying for control of the area and a female. Cheetahs are fast but lightweight predators, relying heavily on alertness and safe distance. In this situation, the advantage ultimately leaned toward the lions. As their focus shifted to internal competition, their alertness dropped noticeably. 2 male lions stood nearby, observing and waiting for the opportune moment, exhibiting opportunistic hunting behavior. One quickly closed in and subdued a cheetah before it could accelerate away. The difference in size and strength made it difficult for the cheetah to escape. The lions gripped its neck to quickly end the resistance, reducing the risk of injury during the conflict. After a short time, the cheetah's movements slowed, and the confrontation ended. This action doesn't stem from a need to find food. Eliminating a potential competitor reduces the pressure of competition for food in the area. In a highly competitive environment, seizing an opportune moment often determines the balance of power. On the edge of their intersecting territories, an adult-spotted hyena lingers near the lion's hunting grounds. Hyenas are scavengers and opportunists, living in packs and competing directly for food. In this confrontation, the lion ultimately holds the advantage. A male lion charges straight at the hyena with decisive speed. The hyena issues a warning signal and attempts to retreat, but is blocked before it can escape the lion's control. The lion overwhelms it with its weight and powerful bite, quickly taking control of the situation. The hyena's resistance is short-lived. With no escape possible, the outcome is clear. This isn't a matter of hunger, but rather a form of intra-guild predation aimed at reducing future competition and consolidating territorial control. On the African savanna, lions and hyenas are both rivals and direct threats to each other. Eliminating young or weak individuals helps lions reduce competitive pressure later on. In this ecosystem, territorial control means controlling survival opportunities.
I got both. Yeah, the big.
In the icy world, survival is not a right, but a privilege, reserved only for those who know when to strike. Polar bears, the supreme symbol of the Arctic, cannot rely solely on brute strength. Every attack is a gamble. A single misstep can lead to defeat. Swift action, precise calculations, and unwavering patience are the only ways to survive. Polar wolves are symbols of resilience and organization. An adult is 3 to 5 feet long and weighs approximately 70 to 110 pounds. They live in packs, have a clear social hierarchy, and coordinate hunting. But success is not high. They survive more on persistence than sheer strength. Polar bears, twice as heavy and with a sense of smell many times more sensitive, often come to steal the prey. As the ice melts and bears come ashore more frequently, clashes occur often. At a carcass, the wolf pack surrounds, howling, but a cold gaze and a single swipe of the bear's claw are enough to make them retreat. There is no actual confrontation, but the advantage is too clear, and the wolves understand that. The confrontation ended in silence, but left a powerful reminder. The environment changes, and all existing order of survival can be overturned. Walruses are an almost invincible opponent. An adult can weigh up to 3,000 pounds, with thick skin, thick layers of fat, and tusks about 3 feet long. These tusks are not only for defense, but also tools for climbing ice, digging snow, and protecting territory. When threatened, walruses don't flee, but gather into a living defensive mass, making even polar bears wary. Polar bears understand this. A slip, a scratch, could cost them an entire hunting season. Therefore, they don't take risks. Instead of approaching directly, they stand on the edge of the walrus herd, silently observing. They wait until the herd begins to move chaotically and agitatedly. That's the most vulnerable moment. Young calves can be separated from the herd, and weaker individuals can easily get lost. But even then, the bear still has to choose carefully. A jab from its sharp tusks can inflict serious injury. The bear targeted a smaller individual, but was immediately counterattacked by a mature walrus. Their heavy bodies slid into the water, forming an impenetrable wall. The attack failed in seconds. The bear lost precious energy in the freezing cold, but there was no way to replenish it. Yet it didn't give up. Because if successful, a walrus could provide up to 150,000 calories, enough to sustain it for days. In this harsh world, it's not the strong who survive, but those who know when to wait and when to retreat. Salmon, especially those native to Alaska, typically only measure 24 to 30 inches in length and weigh an average of 8 to 15 pounds. Each year, at the end of summer, they migrate upstream to spawn, creating a vibrant, reddish stream of water, a rare opportunity during a time of scarcity. Polar bears don't miss this opportunity. They approach shallow waters where salmon are trapped in small pools. Not as agile as brown bears, but if lucky, a single successful catch might provide a meal. However, the prey is usually small, not enough to replace a seal or beluga. The bear must expend energy on each missed catch. If too much energy is expended, it is forced to stop. This isn't a large hunt, but enough to sustain survival. Because sometimes survival is just enough for one more day. In the Arctic, where resources are scarce and the line between survival is ever thin, not all dangers come from the outside. As the ice melts rapidly and food sources dwindle, internal conflicts begin to arise among bears. These conflicts don't erupt immediately. Bears often stand up, spread their front legs, and growl softly as a warning and a show of force, not to fight. Because here, even a small wound can be fatal in the biting cold. However, when hunger strikes, the boundaries are broken. Adult male bears can become a threat to their own kind, even their cubs. In such situations, a mother bear, even weighing only half the weight of her male, will not back down. The cubs, weighing less than 30 pounds, are completely dependent on their mother. Every step the mother bear takes is a calculated move, each decision a clear risk. The pressure to protect her cubs is not just an immediate battle, but also affects her reproductive capacity and the survival rate of future generations. Beluga whales average 13 to 20 feet in length and weigh around 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Their white skin and agile bodies help them adapt to cold waters. Belugas live in pods and often move with the currents, especially at high tide, when narrow channels near the shore become passageways. But it is at these times that polar bears lie in wait. They memorize the tidal cycle, hiding at the edge of the ice. When the beluga pod swims close to the shallow water, speed is no longer an advantage. The bear plunges down, pouring its entire body weight into the strike. If it hits, the beluga is unlikely to escape, but a miss of just a few inches will send the prey into deeper water. Most attempts fail. The bear wastes precious energy without gaining anything. But the rewards are enormous. A beluga provides hundreds of pounds of meat, enough to live on for many days. Bears understand this, so sometimes knowing when to retreat is also part of survival. Polar dogs, weighing an average of 60 to 90 pounds, are hardy working dogs used by humans to pull sleds and guard camps. Despite being domesticated, they retain their wild instincts, with excellent cold tolerance thanks to their thick double coat. They are pack dogs, sensitive to smells, and often bark loudly to warn from a distance. When bears appear, they move constantly to harass and maintain distance. polar bears are not easily intimidated. When hungry, they approach the camp silently, targeting food sources. The dogs organize their defenses, but a single claw from a bear is enough to bring down an adult. In one-on-one confrontations, bears always have the absolute advantage. If the dog pack is not large enough, or there is no human intervention, the outcome usually favors the bear. The scene was not just an attack, but a chilling reminder of the harshness of the Arctic environment. Here, every mistake, even by a domestic dog, costs a life. Rapid ice melts the Arctic sea surface, making it inaccessible to polar bears of the breathing holes where seals regularly surface. With their familiar energy source gone, polar bears are forced to adapt to survive. In some coastal areas or rocky islands, bears turn to searching for seabird eggs. Nests perched precariously on cliffs become their new target. Bears climb the slopes, using their noses and claws to reach each nest. The low-calorie but easily obtainable eggs become a temporary food source to sustain them. While the nutritional value of seabird eggs cannot compare to seal meat, in a time of scarcity, each egg is a measure of survival. There is no perfect solution, only the most viable one. This is not a long-term replacement, but a testament to incredible survival instincts. Instead of giving up, the bear accepted a change in strategy, altering its hunting habits that had existed for thousands of years, just to survive one more day in the melting ice. Polar bears, the largest land predators, can weigh up to 1,500 pounds. Their thick white fur helps them blend into the snow, while a thick layer of fat under their skin keeps their body temperature stable in the freezing cold of -40 degrees Fahrenheit. But despite being an icon of the icy regions, life for polar bears is not easy, especially as food becomes increasingly scarce. On the ice surface of the Beaufort Sea, an adult male polar bear tracks the scent of a seal through its breathing passages, the fragile thread connecting the seal's life to the air. The polar bear is in no hurry. It memorizes the location, chooses its ambush point, and lies motionless like the ice surrounding it. Sometimes this patience lasts for hours. When the ice surface trembles slightly, it's a sign the seal is approaching. The bear springs up quickly and decisively, shifting its entire body weight onto its target. But the slippery ice caused the slip to miss. The seal vanished into the water in an instant. A silent, unrestrained, but clearly failed hunt. The success rate of such ambushes is only about 10 to 20%. But just one successful attempt is enough to provide the bear with energy for 10 days. Therefore, each charge is a gamble on energy. For polar bears, memory, patience, and timing are more important than the number of attacks.
Hey.
On the African savanna, seemingly familiar approaches sometimes lead to unexpected and violent reactions. Lions enter with the confidence of apex predators, believing that speed and technique will determine the outcome. But a single moment of misstep can shift the advantage. The following confrontations demonstrate what happens when an attack encounters insurmountable limits. In the vast open savanna, wildebeest maintain close formation to minimize the risk of being separated from the herd. A mature individual with a strong physique and curved horns is always ready to switch from movement to defense when the safe distance is broken. The lioness chooses the right moment and locks her prey's neck with her familiar technique. In the first few seconds, the advantage is with the predator. But the wildebeest twists its body, kicks with its hind legs, and shakes its entire body weight to regain balance. The grip begins to falter as the posture becomes unstable. Just a few seconds of lost pressure, and an opportunity immediately arises. The wildebeest springs free from the grip and heads straight towards the herd. The lioness must stop when the grip is no longer stable enough to maintain the initial advantage. The encounter ends without either side being defeated. In nature, the line between success and failure is sometimes decided by just a few seconds of maintaining the upper hand. In the vast expanse of the savanna, the mother elephant stood still before her calf, her massive body, weighing over 10,000 pounds, forming a solid defensive line. The distance between them was almost zero. That stillness wasn't hesitation, but preparation for an instantaneous reaction. A pride of lions began to move in an arc, seeking to create distance between mother and calf. The air grew tense as they drew closer. The mother elephant maintained her position, head lowered, taking small, inching movements to conceal any approach. She didn't pursue, but was ready to charge if the line was crossed. The attempts at separation were unsuccessful. No gap appeared. When the distance between mother and calf remained zero, the lions were forced to stop and retreat. The confrontation ended with the balance tilting heavily in favor of the animal that maintained its bond. In nature, many successful hunts begin with separation. But when the bond is maintained absolutely, the predator's chances disappear almost right from the first step. Amidst the low grass of the savanna, the warthog moved slowly, its body low and heavy. That appearance gave the impression of vulnerability. But inside was a reflex system always ready. waiting for a signal of danger to activate. Two lionesses silently closed the distance, waiting for the prey to leave the cover of bushes. The air grew tense as the encirclement closed. The charge was swift, but not powerful enough to finish immediately. In that moment, the warthog chose to confront rather than dodge. It exploded forward with all its might, reaching nearly 35 miles per hour in a short distance. The sudden acceleration disrupted the pursuit. The lions had no time to adjust their direction, and a safe distance was quickly created. The hunt stopped almost instantly. No prey was brought down. In nature, the advantage sometimes lies with the quickest reactant, because the outcome is often decided in the first few seconds. The African buffalo is one of the most dangerous animals on the savanna. An adult can weigh between 1,900 and 2,200 pounds, with thick horns and a charge powerful enough to change the course of a fight in seconds. When it senses a threat, its reaction is not hesitant. Two lion cubs were playing with a small prey nearby and lost their vigilance. The buffalo doesn't distinguish between large and small targets. It charges straight at the nearest movement to eliminate the danger. The powerful charge sends one of the cubs flying to the side, shaking the ground for a moment. The cub survives thanks to its light weight. Its small body causes it to be pushed away instead of taking the impact directly. It is not pinned to the ground and quickly retreats out of danger. The buffalo's counterattack ends as soon as distance is created. In nature, small mistakes can lead to big consequences. A moment of distraction is enough to cause serious injury. Survival depends not only on strength, but also on the ability to recognize danger at the right time. On the arid land, oryx stood apart from the sand, its long, straight horns, nearly 3 feet long, always pointing forward. When it sensed danger, it didn't flee, but immediately turned to face its opponent. This posture formed a direct defensive line, forcing the predator to stop and reconsider its approach. The young lion tried to circle around to find a weak point, but each time it shifted, oryx turned with it, keeping its chest and horns always facing its opponent. The initial charge lacked the force to bring the prey down. In those crucial first seconds, the balance didn't tilt in favor of the attacker. When more than 10 seconds passed and oryx remained standing, the lion's chances diminished significantly. A counterattack with a straight butt forced the lion to retreat to avoid serious risk. The confrontation ended when the predator chose to retreat rather than continue the risk. In harsh environments, not every objective is easily overcome. Calmness and the ability to hold your ground can turn the tide. Sometimes experience and timing are more decisive than sheer strength. On the edge of the tranquil river, the hippo stood still, but controlled the entire space around it. Its massive body didn't seem sluggish, but rather exuded a silent pressure. With its nearly 20-inch long teeth and a bite force of approximately 1,800 pounds per square inch, any movement too close could trigger an immediate reaction. Three male lions approached the water's edge cautiously. They carefully observed the water's surface and the muddy bank, but didn't realize they had entered a sensitive area. A mere shift was enough to cause the nearby hippo to turn, thrusting its entire body forward. The approach was swift and direct. One lion retreated first, the other two turning as the safe distance narrowed with each passing second. The hippo didn't pursue too far, stopping when the boundary was restored and the water became calm again. The confrontation ended in a few tense moments. The lion left the area, while the hippo continued to hold its position. On the savanna, the initiative shifts according to the terrain, and where there is water, the balance often tips in favor of the dominant territory.
I don't think so. Oh.
In the silent savanna, the rhino stands firm, its massive thousands-pound body and thick horn always poised for action. Its imposing appearance easily misleads opponents into misjudging its reaction speed. But with just a slight impact, its entire body can turn in an instant. The lion approaches from behind and lightly bites the hind leg. This isn't a knockout, but rather a probing maneuver to gauge the opponent's reflexes and rotational speed. However, the tactical error quickly becomes apparent. The rhino is not an antelope. It responds with an explosive spin, its massive thousands-pound body delivering force toward its attacker. The safe distance vanishes in a split second. The lion retreats, realizing the increased risk outweighs the potential benefit. The encounter ends without either side being killed, but the advantage clearly favors the animal that maintained the initiative. In nature, testing a prey's reaction doesn't always yield opportunities. Some predators respond with instantaneous force, leaving no room for correction. Misjudging the prey's nature can have far-reaching consequences. In the dense forests and icy plains of North America, wolves rely less on brute strength and more on coordinated strategy. Every move is carefully calculated, shaped by patience and meticulous planning. Confrontations aren't always resolved quickly, but the constant pressure from the pack begins to shift the balance. In these encounters, timing and unity determine the final outcome. In the forests and prairies of North America, gray wolves rely on hunting instincts honed over thousands of years of evolution. An adult can weigh from 70 to over 110 pounds, but their true strength lies not in size, but in their ability to coordinate as a pack. They move silently, maintain distance, and observe prey for minutes before deciding to approach. Wolves don't pounce immediately. They test the prey's reaction, assessing its speed, stamina, and signs of weakness. When the chase begins, the goal isn't an instant attack, but to disrupt the prey's rhythm and deplete its energy. In nature, the wolf's hunting instinct is a combination of patience, strategy, and precise teamwork. In the fall, in the open forest valleys, bull elks survive thanks to their large size, broad antlers, and considerable stamina. While in the herd, they maintain a firm position and react quickly to danger. But once separated from the group, their defensive advantage begins to diminish with each movement. The wolf pack stalks from a distance, selecting its target after minutes of observation. When the herd panics and spreads out, a bull elk slows down and becomes isolated. The wolves accelerate to nearly 35 to 40 miles per hour in short bursts, closing in from both sides to create constant pressure. Initially, the elk remains strong and responds with powerful antler kicks. However, the alternating approaches force it to constantly shift and rapidly deplete its energy. There is no immediate decisive attack, but rather a gradual wear and tear through the chasing and encirclement. The hunt ends when stamina can no longer be maintained. The wolf's victory doesn't come from a single moment, but from accumulated pressure and precise coordination. In nature, even the most majestic individual can fall when separated from the group and faced with the pack's persistent tactics. On the edge of the jungle, wild boars survive thanks to their quick reflexes, thick skin, and sharp tusks capable of inflicting serious injury. When threatened, they don't run far, but readily turn to face the attack. However, when surrounded, their defensive advantage begins to be tested. The pack of wolves forms a wide circle, gradually limiting escape routes. One wolf approaches to provoke a reaction, forcing the boar to charge with a powerful butt that can send its opponent flying. Immediately after that moment, the others close in from both sides, biting at the legs and hips to gradually reduce its mobility. The confrontation drags on in high tension. A single mistake can severely injure the wolves. But thanks to close coordination and constant pressure, the boar gradually weakens and loses its counterattack advantage. Victory comes from persistence and precise calculation, not from individual strength. On the vast grasslands of North America, bison survive by their close-knit pack. When standing close together, they form a solid defensive circle where each individual is protected by collective strength. In this state, predators rarely find clear opportunities. The wolf pack is not in a hurry. They move around the edge of the pack, patiently observing and waiting for a moment of vulnerability. When a young animal is slow and pushed away from the protective circle, the formation immediately changes. Two wolves close on either side, maintaining constant pressure but keeping a safe distance. The young animal reacts fiercely, turning and butting in desperation. However, without support from behind, small retreats accumulate into a major disadvantage. The moment of separation from the pack is the breaking point, where the chances of survival rapidly diminish under the relentless pressure of the wolf pack. The hunt ends not just with brute force, but with a strategy of isolating the target. For bison, their position within the herd is their most important defense. When that bond is broken, the natural balance shifts in an irreversible direction. On the edge of a clearing in the forest, the bear was feeding in a clearly possessive manner. With a body that could weigh over 400 pounds, it didn't want to leave its food source and had no reason to retreat. The bear's instinct in this situation wasn't to chase, but to hold its position and protect its resources with overwhelming presence. The pack of wolves appeared from multiple directions, but didn't charge immediately. They moved in a wide circle, creating a soft encirclement to exert psychological pressure. Each wolf approached, and then retreated, testing the bear's reaction and level of aggression. A distance was always maintained to avoid casualties should the situation spiral out of control. The bear responded with a powerful growl and slowly advanced. It stood firm, displaying its size and strength instead of attacking directly. The moment the growl echoed and the slight movement forward was enough to disrupt the wolves' rhythm, causing their formation to begin to spread and their will to approach to diminish. Eventually, the wolves retreated in small groups. This wasn't a defeat of strength, but a risk-based decision. Confronting a single, overwhelmingly larger individual without being forced to move came at too high a cost. In nature, sometimes wisdom lies in knowing when to stop. On the windswept tundra, musk oxen survive thanks to their unique collective defense instincts. When danger is detected, the entire pack quickly forms a tight circle, heads facing outwards, with the ox in the center. In this formation, their horns and thick fur create an almost impenetrable wall of protection. The wolf pack attempts to approach, moving swiftly around the defensive circle to find a gap. However, each attempt is met with a simultaneous reaction from the lowered horns. Unable to reach the ox, the wolves are forced to change tactics and wait for an opportunity when an individual separates from the group. When a lone musk ox is pushed away, the rhythm of the confrontation changes. It counterattacks fiercely with direct headbutts, forcing the wolves to take turns attacking and giving it no time to rest. But this constant defense quickly depletes its energy. As the musk ox's reaction slowed, the wolf gradually closed in, applying sustained pressure. The confrontation demonstrated that the musk ox's strength lies in its formation, not in individual attacks. When the circle is broken, the advantage shifts to the more patient one. In the harsh natural environment, cohesion determines survival chances more than any single counterattack. On the edge of a snow-covered mountainside, the mother wolverine held her position near the entrance of the den, on high alert. Weighing only about 30 to 40 pounds, she was renowned for her fierce territorial instincts and remarkable endurance. Upon spotting a wolf approaching with the intention of probing, she didn't retreat further into the den, but chose to confront it directly. The wolf approached slowly, lowering its head and seeking a favorable angle to get close. But the wolverine suddenly lunged forward, launching an attack to disrupt the approach. A barrage of scratches and bites at close range forced the wolf to maintain distance and always keep an escape route open. The wolf had the advantage of size and could easily overwhelm the wolf if it accepted the higher risk. However, each close approach carried the risk of injury to the leg or face, which could affect the entire pack in subsequent hunts. As the wolf continued its relentless, unwavering charge, its ferocity began to erode the wolf's confidence. Eventually, the wolf gradually retreated from the burrow entrance. This wasn't a defeat in strength, but a choice to avoid unnecessary losses. In nature, smaller individuals sometimes maintain their position through determination and the ability to make their opponents reconsider the cost. In the frigid tundra, caribou survive by moving in large herds and maintaining a steady pace over long distances. When maintaining a tight formation, they create a uniform movement, making it difficult for predators to pinpoint a specific target. This synchronicity is their most important defense against any ambush. The wolf pack begins by observing from a distance, keeping the wind at a favorable angle and observing the herd's rhythm. As the chase accelerates, the caribou herd panics and their formation gradually widens. A young caribou slows down for even a brief moment, and this slowdown makes it a prime target. The wolves accelerate simultaneously, closing in from behind and sides, maintaining constant pressure to force the young caribou to expend more energy. The mother reindeer calls out loudly, but cannot turn back once the distance has widened too much. The hunt ends quickly to minimize losses, relying on the prey's small mistakes rather than superior strength. In nature, many hunts are decided by a slower than normal pace. When formation is broken, the advantage shifts to the patient and wait-ahead hunter. Sometimes, the decisive moment lasts only a single step. In the vast expanse of the African savanna, life operates according to clear rules. Lions may be at the top of the predatory chain, but they don't always hold the upper hand. From group hunts to territorial disputes, every situation demands precise decision-making. The following sections document moments when instinct and strategy intersect. On an open dirt road across the savanna, a pack of African wild dogs moved in neat rows, possibly searching for a new home. They are known for their ability to hunt in groups and their considerable stamina. However, crossing open territory within lion territory always carries inherent risks, and that risk quickly materialized. Two young male lions spotted the pack of dogs from a distance and immediately approached. The wild dogs reacted by scattering and fleeing. In the chaos, a puppy lagged behind. The distance between it and the pack widened as the lions accelerated their pursuit. The chase ended when the lions caught up with the cub. After a brief attack, the puppy could not survive. Lions do not hunt wild dogs for food in most cases, but they eliminate competitors when the opportunity arises. In the wild, the weaker or slower individuals are often the first targets. Competition between predators isn't just about food. It's also about territorial control. And in this encounter, the advantage lies with the stronger one. In an open clearing near the burrow's mouth, the warthogs were huddled together, foraging cautiously. Adult warthogs could defend themselves with their curved tusks and their ability to quickly run toward their burrow. The young usually stayed close to their mothers, ready to dash toward the exit if danger arose. But in the low grass in the distance, a lion was silently observing. The lion chose the moment when the warthogs dispersed. It suddenly accelerated from its ambush position, heading straight for the young. The entire herd panicked and ran toward the burrow. One warthog calf was caught near the burrow entrance in a swift leap. The safe distance vanished in seconds. The chase ended quickly. Lions often target the young because they are easier to subdue and reduce the risk of injury. The adult warthog didn't have time to turn around and change the situation. The outcome favored the predator. This incident illustrates the crucial element of target selection in every hunt. Faced with fast prey that has an escape route, the lion must make a precise decision in an instant. In the wild, this calculation helps maintain a survival advantage. In the vast open expanse of the savanna, wildebeest move in large herds to reduce the risk of attack. They rely on their numbers and quick reflexes to spot predators from afar. When standing close together, the entire herd forms a moving, inaccessible mass. But at the edge of the herd, a lioness has begun to close the distance slowly, step by step. The lioness lowers her body and advances little by little, trying to reduce the distance before being detected. When close enough, she accelerates suddenly. The entire herd of wildebeest scatters in panic in many directions. The targeted wildebeest tries to maintain its pace, but the lioness maintains a steady pursuit and closes in from behind. The chase ends quickly when the prey is brought down. Soon after, other members of the lion pride appear from various directions to share the spoils. The coordination and ambush tactics have proven effective. A successful hunt can feed many individuals in the pride. Teamwork, patient approach, and attacking at the right time are crucial factors. In a harsh environment, this coordination helps lions maintain their position. On the edge of a shallow lake, still bearing the footprints of herds, the African buffalo is considered one of the most resilient animals of the savanna. A mature male can weigh nearly 1,800 pounds, with thick muscles in its neck and a pair of horns forming a solid shield. When standing in a herd, they form a strong defensive line. But when separated, the pressure quickly increases. A group of large lions began to encircle it from multiple directions. The buffalo sensed danger and proactively moved into the lake to buy time, keeping its body submerged. The lions did not rush to attack. They kept their distance, patiently observing and blocking escape routes on the shore. When the buffalo attempted to silently leave the water, the encirclement tightened immediately. The attack was organized. Some lions cut off its escape route. Others closed in from both sides. They rely on their body weight to slow down the prey's movement. The continuous coordination gradually puts the buffalo at a disadvantage. After several minutes of resistance, it can no longer maintain its strength under the collective pressure. The outcome favors the lion pride. The hunt clearly demonstrates the difference between individual strength and group tactics. A single adult buffalo can put up a strong fight, but when faced with sustained coordination, the balance shifts. In the wild, hunting in packs is crucial when conquering large prey. Hiding in low branches near the edge of the savanna, leopards are solitary hunters with excellent climbing abilities and quick reflexes. An adult typically weighs between 90 and 160 pounds and relies on stealth for survival. They avoid direct confrontation with larger predators, especially lions. But this time, their safe distance gradually disappeared as a pride of lions approached. About 12 lions surrounded the leopard from multiple directions, leaving no clear gaps. The leopard left the tree and sought escape through narrow gaps. It turned to fight back when cornered, trying to maintain distance with speed and agility. However, pressure from multiple directions narrowed its maneuvering space. The attack lasted nearly 30 minutes. The lions took turns closing in, maintaining constant pressure instead of all attacking at once. In the wild, lions often eliminate leopards to reduce competition for food. Under the relentless pressure of the entire pride, the leopard gradually weakened and ultimately could not survive. The outcome illustrates the disparity between solitary strategy and collective strength. The leopard possessed skill and speed, but not enough to fight against a large group of lions. In a harsh, competitive environment, numerical superiority can determine survival. And in this confrontation, the balance tipped heavily in favor of the lions. At the boundary where the two territories met, the air grew heavy before any movement occurred. Two male lions stood a short distance apart, their eyes locked on each other. Both understood that this encounter would decide their fate. A few seconds of silence passed before the tension flared up. They lunged at each other with all their might. Pushes and pincers followed, neither willing to back down immediately. Roars rang out and then ceased. The lionesses approached, moving around the perimeter, watching closely but not intervening. The pace began to shift as one lost its advantage. Its steps slowed, its defensive distance weakened. The other held the upper hand for a few decisive moments. Finally, the weaker lion turned and retreated, accepting its fate and leaving the area. The conflict ended as quickly as it began. There was no prolonged chase. In nature, victory lies not only in strength, but also in the ability to force the opponent to yield. And in this confrontation, persistence determined the outcome. Amidst the tall grass, swaying gently in the afternoon breeze, the serval is a small, solitary predator that hunts with keen hearing and precise leaps. It moves quickly and usually avoids larger predators. However, as space shrinks and escape routes disappear, that advantage is no longer enough to protect it. Two lionesses approach from different directions, gradually cornering the serval. The small cat tries to find an opening to escape, constantly changing direction to avoid being blocked. But the encirclement closes quickly. One lion lunges forward, the other holds its position behind, making the size difference apparent. The attack ends quickly. The serval cannot maintain a safe distance from the simultaneous pressure from two sides. The difference in size gives it almost no chance of survival. In nature, when faced with an opponent superior in strength and numbers, the ability to escape is sometimes the only thing that can determine one's fate. After each hunt or conflict, silence envelops the vast space. The remaining individuals adjust their positions and continue the cycle of survival. Success comes not only from the final attack, but from the preparation beforehand. In nature, balance is maintained by accurate decisions,